What's going on, people? Oh, my connection's bad. Oh boy. Let's see how it goes. How is everybody doing? The title of this video is inspired by something that the sales girl at a mechanic shop said to me because I bought a car. I've been driving out here. I'm a professional already, no problems. Although driving here is crazy. And we're on the other side. A lot of difficulties, but I'm pretty good. Plus, Kai and I were just out at the Alchemist at the first MMA event sanctioned by the Kenyan government and all that stuff at Alchemist and Westlands. Super dope, super amazing, super fun event. And I had to hurry up and get back because people started commenting, "Where is the live? I'm sorry I'm late, but I wanted to have a nice experience at the MMA thing, which makes me want to get back doing jiu-jitsu for sure. Because I was like, I feel like I could get in there with them. To be honest, I was getting hyped, especially some of the jiu-jitsu we were seeing. I was like, I feel like I could do better than that, to be honest. I know a lot of people feel that way about fighting, but I'm quite trained. So, Nerd Novatech, what's going on? I know your algorithm is all Kenyan videos. Ooh, okay. Yikes, these messages. What's going on, everybody? How's everybody doing? You didn't miss anything. I just started. I was I was trying to go live at the MMA thing, but I have to use two phones. The internet is my phone's still locked. It's kind of problematic. So I don't know. It wasn't working that good. I was trying to share the experience, but I did a little bit of a vlog. It was camera friendly, so I got you guys covered on the first MMA sanctioned event in Kenya that I know about. And that's what they were saying when we were at the event. I'm trying to find more cool, interesting things to go to. And of course, in Kenya, everything is a vibe. So I was planning to get out earlier, but then all of a sudden there's a party. They're like, "Oh, you guys are leaving too early." So I stayed a little bit, but I owe you guys a live. And so here we are. I'm letting people get in. I have a lot of things to say, a lot of updates. You see, I have not moved. This is the Airbnb. Uh, so in Kenya, everything takes longer than necessary. You'll be able to bet on the fighters. I don't think they had betting at the thing. And Willis Wilson, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that already. We're starting early. I don't think you could bet on them actually. And it was like professional but amateur because they had shin guards on, and the ref stopped some of the fights a little early, but I understand. And the ring was mad small, so if you were tall, you had range and had footwork, you was in trouble if somebody wanted to take you down or press the issue. It was sponsored by KO. KO makes gin mostly, but they also make these really good drinks. This is 8%. 8% alcohol. I see it's reversed. I hate when it mirrors. I don't think I could turn the mirroring off now. Can I? Hey, I was able to turn it off. Okay, cool. 8% alcohol. So if you want to have a nice time, KOs are pretty good. They make gin. Also, they make ciders. So they didn't pay me to say that. I just like it. How's everybody doing? I'm still trying to wait for some more people to come in. I'm getting bougie where we had like 100 people last time, I think, which was crazy. We had a super cool conversation. There's some drama in the Black Americans coming to Kenya space. I wasn't planning on talking about it, but maybe I will. I don't know. It tastes good. I don't like strong beer taste. I'm angry. So you would love this. This is peppermint and mint. This doesn't taste like a beer, but it's not too sugary. It's really good. When you come to Kenya, try KO. There's a green one that's ginger and lime. There's a red one that's mango and habanero. That one's, I don't drink that. I'm too old. You get heartburn. It's spicy. And I think there's another one, but I don't know. But they also make gin. They make some other stuff. What is the average down payment? Average payment plan on an off-plan property is 20% minimum as a deposit, but you have 30 days to pay that. See, look, I just got in. I had to take my wristband off. Somehow I was able to actually get it off. Usually it's hard. And that event was super cool. I think Kai's going to come on in a little bit. Ooh, some of these messages are crazy. Kung Fu Fanta, what's up, man? Are you? A lot of people think you're CIA. Actually, people say that to me too. I went to the bar next door, which is it's like a club, but isn't it a club? Bar next door? Would you call it? What would you call it?
BND.
What?
BND.
B&D.
Oh, it's a club.
Is it a club? Okay. So bar next door, technically it's a club, but it don't feel that club-like. And someone bought me a drink. Shout out to the Canadian diaspora that bought me a drink out there. I met someone from South Sudan who does tile work at Oyster Bay. Shout out to him. Um, Shout out to a couple other people I met at Bar Next Door. I've been meeting a lot of people being out here, which feels weird. Are they really building too many apartments in Kenya, or there's a market for it? Because I heard someone saying it might get saturated. If you're a member, a bunch of content's about to come out. I had an in-depth conversation with a real estate agent that specializes in Kilimani, and I think we had an interesting conversation about that. I think I'm gonna get into that. Remind me to answer that. I'm gonna start this comment, and I will talk about that because the concern about it is definitely legitimate. Um, and I think it could go one or two ways. I don't have a crystal ball. I have more questions than I have answers, but I think I could equip you guys with the right perspective to make your own decisions about what you think will happen in the market, which is the whole point of the channel. I'm not here to tell anybody anything. I could help you avoid certain pitfalls, definitely with the process and purchasing and what to look for and all that kind of stuff. But ultimately, what this channel is about is sharing my journey, but also giving. I've been in real estate over 15 years now, investing and sales, property management, mortgages. So I can give you my insights as well. But at the end of the day, even the experts don't know what's going to happen. So all I can do is give you my insight and perspective on the market. And obviously, I'm still technically pretty new to Kenya. So I can give you what I've been observing. Kenya needs an industrial revolution for more opportunities. Black Americans are our brothers and sisters. I believe one day they will come back home to the motherland of Africa. It's definitely happening a lot. I do notice some pushback against us in certain ways, especially like visiting is okay, but when you want to invest and like get involved in the economy, I think there's some more serious conversations that need to be had, which I understand. Um, and I understand the pushback. Like I see both sides of the argument. I do think that certain perspectives that we have could be very beneficial for the productive Black Americans that come, the business oriented people, the educated people who have done business or have expertise. I think we do have a lot to add, but there's a couple things. Government in some way needs to allow us to be able to do it, and some of the frictions need to be removed to get the most out of Black Americans coming. Because what what probably makes me sad about some of the pushback that we get is from all the foreigners that are coming. Black Americans are probably the most romanticized about coming here and adding value and contributing to Africa and Kenya and wherever they may be going than any other group. And us getting, because we make more content, we're more loud and boisterous, we get more pushback. But I think, like, if you look at Khalees, she definitely has a big component of what she's doing as far as being like helpful and productive and like hiring people and making the community better. And so it's a little disappointing when I see like negativity or negative comments, especially because I don't see that towards other groups as much. And so that's a little disappointing. Let's see the girl who's hiding. No. They're talking about you. Members only. It's okay if they think I'm seeing CIA. That's an American problem, meaning those Americans have something criminal to hide. But I'm Kenyan. It's not our problem. Okay. What's wrong with the quality today? Oh, is the quality bad? Thanks. I'd like to hear your perspective on that. How expensive are house utilities in Kenya? You know, it's weird. It's hard to tell because you pay for tokens, but I don't know what the token equates to in kilowatt hours. I probably could look it up. I know in New Jersey, I'm paying like 17 cents per kilowatt hour at home. And I think it's gone up recently, but I don't know what it is per kilowatt hour here. Gas, there's no gas, there's just electric. So like if you have to buy cylinders for your cooking gas, but I don't really know what the utility cost is. Mind you, most people don't use air conditioning, so you're just paying for lights and whatever you're plugging in, your devices. So I imagine like your usage, if you adapt to this lifestyle, is a lot less than you would overall pay, but I don't know what the electric rate is. So yeah, but in Thailand, most of the luxury buildings are 60% empty because they are investment purchases. So they are used for Airbnb. I hope this doesn't happen in Kenya. So if you look at like the Airbnb equates to like hotels, and hotels have a pretty high vacancy rate that they run intentionally. Most hotels don't try to be fully occupied all the time. So even if you saw a 60% occupancy, um, that would be kind of normal, I think. I don't know the hotel business, but I do know that they don't fill up the hotel all the time, right? So if that's what they're built for, that's not really necessarily a bad thing. I get what you say as far as like locals should be able to afford to buy, and we'll talk about the market a little bit more. Again, I'm still edit. So this week I'm gonna be editing a lot. I had a in depth. I don't think it'll do a lot of numbers, but if you guys are actually as interested in business, um, not just real estate, but any kind of business in Kenya. I talked to a law firm that I got a good vibe from. Again, and this is another thing with the platform, guys, is I'm showing you guys in real time the conversations that I'm having with people pretty much. Like, yeah, I set up the interview, but I haven't gone in depth with people beforehand. So there's like comments about Arvin and Tigoni and like, oh, that's not correct. And the point of what I do is to assemble, I screen people, but I want to talk to 5 law firms and have them answer the same questions and let you guys come up to your own conclusions about what you think is right and wrong and who you trust. Of course, I don't want scammers or like blatantly like people that aren't qualified to talk about these things. But most of the people that I have on the channel have been in the business for a while. And from what I've seen, have been doing good amount of work, right? So um, it becomes, as the channel's been getting bigger and people are relying on the information, it has become something that I'm worried about or I'm conscious of. I do my best to vet the people, but you do have, like, you read between the lines and have common sense on some of the stuff, right? Like, see who we're talking to, what are their interests. If I'm talking to a real estate salesperson that's selling in a certain area, of course they're going to be selling or making an area, sound really great. I try to respect the audience or you guys to think that I think that you guys understand that and can come to your own conclusions. So that's kind of the perspective. Let me know what you guys think about that as far as the channel overall and the channel direction. Um, uh, how are you receiving the information? Because this isn't a platform of just like, if I put them on, like it's gospel, right? That's kind of what I talk about. We're going to talk about Kilimani, the oversaturation, because that was a big conversation. But let me get through some more comments. Government has to make some changes, but it feels very much unwanted. So you look at other groups of foreigners who have no desire to change anything for the better. It's interesting. Um, don't rely on the internet to form your opinion about what's happening here, even my content or anybody else's, because I've never had a negative interaction in person, to be honest. I think I get privileges. Like if I go into a VIP, I didn't even pay for a VIP, they probably think I belong there, right? And um, and not just small stuff like that, but I think everything's been positive. I get invited to a lot of real estate stuff. Tomorrow, I'm going to the breaking at Pandora. I've been starting to get invited to some of these other real estate events. There's some other open houses and things like that. Obviously, they're inviting because the promotion aspect of it. But there's I in Kanganda, I watch O'Shea a lot, and he says that like they try to keep you out of the business. I haven't felt that way. I've been very much included into a lot of the real estate networks and such. And I'm sure people have their own motives for inviting me and everything. Of course, I'm not naive to that, right? But I've been quite welcome. The only negativity has been online comments, but I do pay attention to it because maybe people feel that way, and there's a culture of politeness here that maybe they don't say the negatives. I don't know. Willis Wilson, $5 super chat. I appreciate it. I love to create job opportunities for Kenyans by building businesses, but that 30% tax just doesn't make sense to me. Well, the US is around that percentage on net profit. And there's a lot of, so when I met with the law firm, we got into the weeds about that. So I don't think we're going to do a lot of views on that. But if you're actually interested in doing business, um, watch the whole thing. I know it may not be the most entertaining piece of content, but there's just like in the US, these super rich people or these big companies don't pay a lot in taxes. You could do the same thing, and especially and that could sound bad. I do worry about that. But if you're hiring people and reinvesting the money and you know having a good tax strategy where you're not paying the most taxes, I think it's fine, right? Um, I I would I wouldn't worry about the taxes too much. I do think it could be an issue, but the level of opportunity here, I think, and you know what you got to think if you're paying in taxes, the way that I would think about it is like I know people are a little skeptical of the government here and all that kind of stuff, but you're paying to the Kenyan government, which is also in a way excuse me, oh my goodness, a service to people here. So don't I don't know. I like In the US, I don't feel like paying taxes because they spending our money on all kinds of crazy stuff. And I'm sure Kenyans feel the same way about their taxes. But as a foreigner coming here, paying taxes to the Kenyan government doesn't hurt me as much because I feel like I'm doing something good. Obviously, maybe or maybe not, that's a good thing, but that's kind of my perspective. And don't worry, I haven't forgotten about the Kilimani market. Kung Fu Fanta, you're Kenyan. I thought you said you were white American. Yeah, I'm a little confused that he said that. I have a lot of trust in you, Ryan, and I just hope you have the capacity to help as many as you can get the best investments in Kenya. Yeah, as this thing is growing, the more concern I get because people will have bad experiences, and not everyone is as like the tile work at my place, right? Like I would never pay somebody that did that tile work in the US. So someone could feel very offended or like taken advantage of if they buy an apartment and it looks like that. And I could see them easily complaining about it. Um, so I think people's experiences will vary. I I'm in this weird space because I'm new here, but I have real estate experience. But some of that stuff doesn't apply exactly in the same way. And my biggest concern is leading someone astray. So I try to present all the information and let people make their own decision. Now, if people do consultations or they're in the inner circle membership, I've been like, I am pretty active with your guys' situations with whatever you're doing. So if you're buying, if you're looking at buying, if you need me to check on stuff when I'm here, I do all that stuff for people that do consultations or people that are on the higher level memberships. So it's a balance. I do want to help people, but I think there's going to be people that are dissatisfied. Like that's just how things work. But my intent is good for sure. So I appreciate that. And a lot of people, I think that's a big thing that I get, which feels heavy. It's starting to feel heavier and heavier. Is the trust, because I also know that I don't know what people get from information that I give them all the time. So I get really concerned if someone has a bad experience, it becomes like me doing something bad. So it's guys, trust me, I think about it all the time and I do my best. Um so I don't know. I don't know. I'm just spilling my thoughts about I'm telling you, I think about this like every day. What are your thoughts on Riverside versus Westlands and Kilauea? Pierre, so Riverside is just like one road, and it's a highly trafficked road. It's basically in between Kilauea and Westlands. I don't really I think it's funny that it's differentiated. So it's a nice area though. It's kind of in between. So it's pretty cool. I don't have like I haven't looked at anything that's been built over there, so I don't want to speak too much about it. But when I drive through, first of all, usually I'm there and there's a lot of traffic. But it's a little bit of a hill and then there's a river. So that probably one big benefit is if you're on a Riverside Drive, people can't build and block your view. Because if you're buying in Westlands or Kilimani or even Kilauea, I think where you buy, probably one of the biggest things to look out for is like, because I'm a big fan of the view that you have. If a site adjacent to where you just purchased gets developed and now a big building is blocking your view, I think that's a big uh, one of probably the top, at least in the top five, maybe the top three things that you should be looking for. So if you're buying a property, in a grid and you're buying in the middle of the grid, you have to look at all the adjacent buildings. If there's a small building around your development, very likely it will get redeveloped at some point and maybe a large building will get put there. So you guys buying should be cognizant of that. And that's something when I first came in, I didn't even have the concept of. And then even some of you guys are buying remotely, or you haven't been on the ground, or even if you've been on the ground, you didn't pay that much attention to it. You really need to pay a lot of attention to the orientation of your unit and what it's going to be looking at, what potentially could be built in front of your unit, on the sides of the unit, etc. So I think that's really important. And I've been starting to highly emphasize that in the video tours as much as possible. Patrick, this guy is a globalist masquerading as a real estate agent of Mossad. Okay, wow. How do you get invited to these real estate launches? That's pretty dope. The possibilities here, like if you come here with skills, people are very open to like working with you or including you in things. So, and also I just bring good energy. I think I try to bring positivity. And I think probably the biggest superpower, which is weird to me, people feel the genuineness, which is weird for me to like acknowledge it, but I don't know. First of all, I don't care that much. Like, I don't need to make $1 million. A lot of this is fun for me. It's a learning experience. I do want to make money. I'm not saying that I don't want to make money or be productive. I really want to be productive and make an impact more than the money side. But I guess people see that. So I talk to everybody, and I feel like it's easier to network here. And these are probably some advantages that I have being where I'm from, being how I look, and all that stuff. I think there are advantages to that. So O'Shea Kanganda and his other YouTube platform is increasingly becoming a troll. Yeah, I don't. The thing that I think Kanganda, the podcast, if you've never been to the continent, I watched like every single one, and I learned a lot. When he's getting into the FBAs versus Africans and all that, that's the number one thing I hate. We should be working together. Obviously, there's differences, and I think Americans need to understand. A lot of y'all hate America and all that kind of stuff, but you're an American. I don't care how you feel. And culturally, even Black Americans, maybe it's a subset of a culture, but that culture is different than other places that you go. And you need to realize that and figure out where we can combine and work together. I think that's important. Will the government allow you to buy a home and pass it on to your kids in the future? Oh man, this conversation is getting old. We talk to, and not, it's a good question. Like you should ask it. The leasehold freehold thing, a video came out today about that. A lot of people are skeptical of the answer. And maybe it's a liability in the future, but if you do your business structures properly, there's ways for foreigners to own freehold land where you would own it the whole time. Maybe it's not you individually, but you could do a business or a trust, and you can own the property freehold. If you're thinking about like a family estate, you could do a trust, which also has benefits for Americans as far as taxes. Again, this is probably something for a consultation, and I'm not the so I shouldn't be the source of that information. There's actually law firms that you probably should talk to about how to structure those things. Now, I am actively engaged in creating, like, my main objective on this trip actually is to have the entity that allows me to operate correctly here in Kenya and be able to own freehold land. There are detractors. There's people in the comments that say that it's impossible. I don't think it's impossible. Just like in the US, people have interesting tax and legal structures that give you anonymity. They give you tax benefits and other things. The people commenting, I don't think are qualified to comment the things that they're commenting negatively about foreigners' ownership. But yes, if I go to buy land right now as Ryan Fagan, I can only do a leasehold. But if you have the right people and lawyers, you can do what you need to do to protect yourself and own the land properly. Safari 254, yeah, no longer watch Kinganda. It's too negative now. I really appreciate and respect what O'Shea does, though. Like, I don't want to, I'm not, I don't want to be too negative. I hope he goes in a little bit of a different direction. But for me, I'm telling you, when I was first coming to Kenya, and I kind of understand certain things from watching the podcast, not the clips and all that kind of stuff, but watching them talk about different issues and situations. I've learned a lot from it, so I don't want to be too negative, and I'd love to go talk to them. So um, I think it'd be a good conversation. There's a reason businesses do Puerto Rico. Y'all need to do more of that, especially online, do PR, considering the negativity of some FBA groups. Yeah, they get into some. I just don't want to engage in that. I understand where it comes from. I'm a kind of person. I understand both sides, even if I disagree. Um, but I just don't think it's productive. Like, yes, there's a difference, but what? Like, what's funny here? People respect like Somalis for how they do business. And actually, I was at Java House, it's kind of like Starbucks, but kind of also a food place. And I always see a group of Somalis there talking business. And I think like we all should do that, like we should all work together. Of course, like there's unlimited ways that we could separate ourselves from each other, but the more that we make ourselves feel like we're the same, we can work together better and it'll be better for everybody. I don't know why you want to find differences to separate yourself. So I really don't get it. Um, Kiki, I invested in the same project as Sid on the last live. There was issues with the project you want to see. Please give me more details because I was looking to invest in another one of their projects. Um, Hit me up offline because I'm in this weird space. I don't like to totally like knock these developments, but there's a lot of better ones. The location is good. The quality and like the professionalism that I got from that developer was very low. I wasn't feeling it. But I don't want people to feel bad about their investment because overall, like because you're buying in the right area, I think it's okay. I just think like I didn't like it. And I think there's some better options at similar pricing. I think, guys, what I'm going to eventually have to do is make a price per square meter chart because that's what's missing right now. We need to know what price per square meter we're paying in Westlands because if the quality is less, but the price is less, it's okay. But if the quality is less and the price is the same, it's not good. Um, and Kai and I went to, dang, I wonder if Kai's coming on because I should send him a link because you guys liked that last time. Hold on. Need link. I'm messaging Kai, sorry. Um, Dang, where was I going? I forget. Yeah, but send me a message and I'll tell you like what I saw. And I had pictures and stuff. So I don't want to like don't be alarmed. Like it's gonna be okay. If would I buy from that developer? No. There's some other developments that I like better. But again, like don't like this is a weird thing because if you guys remember when the guy from Burkina Faso came on and all that whole thing, he was trying to make me feel like I was dumb for buying real estate in Nairobi for the price that I was paying. Don't let people make you feel like that, especially if they don't know what they're talking about. Not that he doesn't know what he's talking about, but like I do this, so just don't let people shame you, like if they don't know what they're talking about, you know. Interesting, makes sense. Thanks, mate. Yep, no problem, Pierre. Buying remotely without looking at it is wild. Yeah. So I would buy from certain developers now without looking at stuff. Like Emerald, the developer for Emerald is coming out with one called Amethyst. It's going to be in Kilimani, so I'm expecting the price to be lower. I have a lot of respect for that developer's how they've been building. I would buy that remotely if I wasn't here. Wonder Properties I would buy from without being here, although it's not perfect. I still like them, and certain other developers you can do, but as a first time buyer, I don't recommend it. I think we're past the peak of development and construction in Kilimani. Kilauea and Westlands developers have to find some new places. So what, and this is a consensus from everybody, is that Westlands originally had a lot of 3, 4, 5 bedrooms, and not just apartments, but like estates. Kilimani started getting developed with apartments, 1 and 2 bedrooms. And then Westlands, the demand for 1 and 2 bedrooms has increased a lot while those Kilimani projects were getting built. Now those Kilimani and Kilauea to a lesser degree projects are completing. Westlands has a high demand for 1 and 2 bedrooms. I've heard this from multiple people. So a lot of developers, that's why there's like 4 or 5 developments all very close to each other offering a similar thing. Is it too much? Again, I talked to an agent about that in Kilimani. I think maybe that could apply to Westlands. But there's some caveats that we'll talk about because it depends what happens, and I don't think we can predict what's going to happen. You're clearly operating on a higher level than all these password bros, the whole FBA gossip, pop culture noise. You're among the Black Americans that we continental Africans truly respect. Well, thank you. I appreciate that very much. I don't want to downgrade anybody, but I do appreciate that. And you know, I did an interview with Lynn and Googie's channel, the LNN network, with EJ, and the topic was gentrification, and I was talking about us coming and having a social responsibility, but I also think it's on for other foreigners, because I really do think a lot of Black Americans do want to do good, but there needs to be policies that make sure that whatever we're investing or doing, I don't want to say trickle down, but helps the country of Kenya and Kenyans throughout the pyramid of income. I think that's really important. So I appreciate that. Rujambo Ryan Habari Zagioni. So he's saying, have a good night, evening, I think. Ronnie, what's going on? I appreciate it. Posana. Pierre J. There are a lot of Black Americans doing great work all around the continent, mostly not creating content, though, so things are a bit skewed. Yeah, I mean, most business people aren't doing content, so the internet can be misleading, just like negative comments that we get here. I try not to overemphasize them. But, a lot of those other guys are young, man. Like, they're getting a lot of hate. I think their heart's in the right place, even though they saying wild stuff. They're not articulating, like they're not keeping it classy with how they communicate. But I think don't give them a pass. But you know, I think their heart's in the right place. I don't know, man. I'm a kind of a positive person, so I'm not knocking people. We got 66 people in here. Shout out to y'all. I appreciate you guys for hopping on. I appreciate the conversation. There's a couple things I'm gonna get to, but I love to get to the comments. So when the comments maybe slow down, I'm gonna get to opportunity in Kenya, what the lady said at the mechanic shop, and we'll talk about oversaturation in the market, especially Kilimani. We will get to that. Maybe Kyle come on because I would love to have because kind of like we do the same thing, but we might have different opinions about certain things. So I think that's a good value add there. Like that's the funny thing with me. I'm not offended. Like because for example, and I because again, I like Austin. I like what he's doing. I think it takes a lot of bravery to do what he's doing. He led the way in a lot of aspects. He's always crapping on real estate. Oh, they're empty, blah blah blah. But he don't know, like he's not in real estate. You know what I mean? So I don't get mad. Like I think it's good to have uh, disagreements, especially online, because then you guys benefit from if there was a debate or conversation about it. You guys benefit from hearing different arguments. So I'm never afraid of that. And again, I'm not invested in people buying real estate in Kenya. Like I don't. If you guys want to do that, if you don't, if you want to start a business, whatever you want to do, um, I think I just want to show people because I always talk about this. Well, I probably haven't talked about this on the channel. Probably my number one thing, and I always think about even since like high school is like, um, I, I can't imagine just like feeling trapped in a job and like that's your whole life. Like this is it basically. I want to show people like you could do this or you could do that. You could move to Kenya. You can move to Florida. You could go to Texas. Like don't people get trapped in the town they're from, the culture they're from, the ideology they're from, because your family, like there's a, for example, I was born in Philadelphia. I was kind of raised in New Jersey, but then I lived in Philadelphia after I got out of the military. And I noticed, like, especially when you're in your mid 20s, there's people who did well. There's people who are starting to see the reality of life and are starting to give up already, or like being resigned to a certain life. And the world will try to place you somewhere and keep you there if you don't fight, if you don't, if you're not inspired, if you don't have a bigger vision. If you don't have a vision, you're going to stay where you are. You're just mediocrity, which being average is fine if you're fine with it. But if you want more, I just want to expose people to opportunities that I see because I very much feel like a regular person. I don't feel exceptional in any way other than having the confidence, and also I do the research, but the confidence to believe that you can do something else and something that a lot of other people haven't done, or something that you believe in and a lot of other people don't. People aren't supposed to believe in you, to be honest. This whole thing, oh, they don't support me, they don't see my vision. Everyone has a vision. Everybody wants something. Like you got to do it. So this channel really, and what I try to do is expose people to the possibilities and let you figure out what you want to do. So that's kind of where I'm coming from. Beautiful country. Yes, sometimes I do wish more were visible. I get why. Like the culture here is a little bit different. Like you don't want to show too much, and it's kind of looked down upon. I agree with you. I hope this small percentage of FBA doesn't taint the view of all Black Americans. Yeah, I get worried about that. And that's why feeding into it, I don't even want to feed into it. Oh, okay. Is there where American diaspora hang not to exchange ideas business in Nairobi? That Nairobi Nexus thing is supposed to be pretty cool. I'm not in the expat community here. I've, I'm not avoiding it, but I don't want to be in a bubble. And I'm in Kenya to be in Kenya. I'm not here to like hang out with a bunch of Americans. Also, what's happening is like this YouTube content creator internet culture is attracting certain kinds of people. Like there's some clout chase stuff to it, and it's weird. I don't want to be in that bubble. So I've been doing my own thing. I want to meet the guys that have been kind of pioneering the content here, and doing good things, and girls. But it's a balance. I don't know. It's weird. And also, I'm not here to be a content creator. Obviously, it has risen. Like I've been giving it more a priority, but I'm not here for content. So I have a like I just have a different perspective on it. Because to be honest, there's like groupies and everything now. Like I get some follows on Instagram, and they follow all the Black American influencers in Kenya. I'm like, yikes. Um, uh, yes, we're streaming on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. How's the quality? Because what I'm looking at looks good, but I have no idea how it looks. So let me know. Oh, I got to send the link to Kai. How can I get it to him? How, guys, see, I'm not even a content. I don't even know how to send him the link. Let me see. How do I send him the link? Okay, sorry. I know I don't mean to be boring. Hold on, but Kai is coming on. Maybe how do I send him the link without crashing my whole computer? Oh no, don't log in. All right, I'll just drop the link in here. Okay, I dropped it. Okay, I'm way behind on the comments though. I love to see those young brothers living carefree. Yeah, like to be able to travel young, that's dope. What do you think about the Emerald Residency project? I've invested in that one. I give them a 10 out of 10, to be honest. Emerald Springs. Yeah. I like them a lot. So if you got in there already, because they're 98, I think they only have 2 or 3 units left. Um, the next opportunity will be in Kilimanjaro with that developer. Oh dang, he came in fast.
Bam, just like that.
Hi,
What's up? What's up, Ryan?
Emerald. What's up, man? Hopefully my internet can sustain this. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good, man.
It's
How
like
you doing?
I'm doing good.
Still enjoying the tonight's
I'm
activities with a little cider,
spiraling.
huh? A little evening nightcap,
I'm
right?
spiraling. It's KO product. Have you had this? This is good.
No, I never had it before. Is it good?
What? You would like this. It's a little sugary, but it's good.
Oh, is that right? That's nice.
Dang,
How's
you don't
everybody
know
doing? Hey,
KO.
hey,
That's why
peoples.
you were like, are you the owner?
So,
There's a good question for you. What do you think about Emerald?
hold on. You say, what do I think about emeralds? Because you're going in and out. Did you say
Yeah,
what I'm thinking about emeralds? Um,
yeah. What
it's
do you think
pretty.
about Emerald?
It's pretty crazy. That was like really, literally one of the first developments that we saw, and then this all happened. I like Emerald. I think the quality is really good, but I do feel, and no disrespect to the developers or anything else like that, it's a little bit small. I've gotten to kind of explore a little bit
The
of
one bedroom.
Westlands. Yeah. What would you say?
I think the one bedroom's small. The two is okay.
The two is okay. But I don't know. I do like Emerald. I think Emerald is a great investment. It's a little bit close to the Nairobi Expressway, and when you get close to the Nairobi Expressway, you get close to Matatu centers. It's a really big travel area for working Kenyans. So it's just kind of a different vibe when you're in that location. Would I pick it for myself? I think it's a great investment. I think it's a beautiful. They've done it very well, but I wouldn't pick it for myself based off of the location. I would pick something else. But I'm not referring anybody who has purchased. I think it's a great investment. It's just my personal preference. I prefer different locations and that maybe not be as busy as Emerald. But the pro to that is that Emerald is pretty much smack dab in the middle of everything. You have Sarit, you have Nairobi Street Kitchen, you have the clubs, the Alchemist that we went to. All these places are walking distance from Emerald, so it's a
Yeah.
I can understand with the hype that it gets. It's just personally, I think that uh, I would put my money in something that's a little bit bigger for me. You know, that's what I would say about
Okay.
Emerald.
See, that's why we have Kyle, because I like the opinions on that.
What did you think about it? What did you
So
say?
that's cool.
What you tell the people?
I trust that developer a lot based off of what we saw. Yeah, the one bedroom small, but I think it rents well. I think the location's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, for an investment, really good. I wouldn't want to live in that one bedroom for a long period of time, I guess, but I
Why?
don't think
Why
it's
would you want
for
to live in a one
because it's
bedroom?
small. It's small, but
Yeah. Yeah.
it's not for that. But this place isn't that big where I'm at. Excuse me. And I wouldn't I've been staying in these places pretty long time, but this is serviceable for me. You know what I mean?
Right.
But if you were on a long stay, yeah. But the two bedroom, I think is fine if you were looking for that. But as an income producing property, I think it's great. And as a Westerner, looking at the quality, it matches.
Okay, so if we're talking about developers, yes, I would say, based off our research that we've done, Emerald, if they have a future project, can I say that you could just
Amethyst,
kind of just put your bread out there, throw it and pay for it? Yes, I would have to say that.
yeah,
I would have to say
that's
that
what I like.
Wonderland, Marble West. I'm beginning to really get impressed by. Um, and you know what? Actually, this Pandora is beginning to really. I'm beginning to understand the hype with Pandora. However, I would like to do some research. And the thing I think I learned from this, guys, is that don't wait for the showroom. Don't wait for the showroom. Go see past projects.
No, but they
I
have
think
to. I okay. If you haven't bought before, I think you should see something. For us, we know, and if you want to go off our word, it's a little cringe, but um, I think you should see what the developer has done before, as a general rule,
I think
to be
it's
safe.
good to see those to see if the amenities are consistent. I mean, we did a video about this. I
Mhm.
think the last time that we were here or something like that. But
Yeah.
uh, you have to see if their quality is improved, if their amenities are consistent, those type of things. Um, but I think honestly, people, I think that showrooms are beginning to become extinct, depending on where we're at right now. It's different, Ryan. Am I right with saying that? We saw a showroom, right? When we went to Emerald, we saw the showroom, and then you looked at the availability board, and there was still stuff on the top. There was still stuff on the top. Now, I don't know. I don't know if you could back me on that, but I really honestly don't know if you can wait for a showroom because all they're going to do is show you the rooms at the number one floor. You're not going to get the top rooms. No, I don't think so.
If I was watching this, I still wouldn't believe us that it sells like that. But by the time the showroom is done, the availability is finished. Like you're only
No.
getting low floors, and this is why like researching developers is really important. I think Pandora has some availability with the bigger units. I think the two bedrooms are very limited though. Um, the groundbreaking is tomorrow, so we'll be over there at 10 a.m. tomorrow at the Pandora
Mm,
groundbreaking. And
mm.
so but Pandora is doing a temporary show house that shows confidence that they know, like they really want to show what they can do because they're making a show house and then they're going to knock it down.
Yeah,
That's
it's literally
crazy.
the entranceway of the. Is it the entranceway of the mall, Ryan? They're going to build
Yeah,
out
right
this
at the
nice big
gate.
showroom, show it, and then just tear it down. But
Mhm.
they're what is it? They're twos and threes, or maybe they're ones and twos are almost sold, if not sold out already. They're pretty much gone. Westlands. I don't know if you talked about this, Ryan. I just got on, but Westlands is all about ones and twos now. They have some
Yeah, they
buildings that
did
are
talk about it.
entirely about ones and twos. Once you start going into threes, you might. I think they're smart enough to see that they're slowing down. People are not. Well, in the Westlands, I'm specifically talking about the Westlands. They're not trying
Right.
to buy the 3, 4 big houses anymore. That's the
Yeah,
reason why Pandora, and I think the project is very good. But when you look at the other building that has the 3 and 4s, there's a lot of opportunities to get involved in that. But people, I think, are really focused in on this investing Airbnb approach when it comes to this. And the more space you have, the more problems that you have. So I can kind of understand that.
the price is right with Pandora because they have a very bold objective and what they're trying to do and the amenities and everything. But the price is still priced very reasonable. Like it's not like Hoskinsold or some of these other
Mhm.
developers that are charging a whole bunch of money is very in line with the general market. So
Do you feel that? Do
it's a
you
very
feel
strong
that?
contender.
Do you feel that they're priced right based off the location that they're in? Did you describe
Yeah,
kind of the
so if you
location that
guys
it's in?
don't know, a big thing is that Westlands has two sides of the expressway. And so if you're on the Kilimani side of the expressway, it's less busy over there, but it's less walkable. So I would take the value down for the location being, if anything on the other side of the expressway is probably less desirable for the international travel, the business, Airbnb. But for people that are staying long term, which Pandora doesn't do Airbnb, it's not even allowed.
Shocking,
Um,
shocking.
it makes sense though because it's in a desirable area for people that are living. Like if say you work in Westlands or you work somewhere prominent in Nairobi, the location is good because it's a little bit more quiet on that side.
Mm. I wonder if those people who bought up all those units know that it's not Airbnb compliant. I'm pretty sure they did their
I think
research. I
so.
hope that they
There's no
did.
way. Yeah.
I'll be
I
shocked if
didn't know.
somebody
They
said,
didn't
"What
tell
you
us in the
mean? What you
presentation.
mean? I can't? This is my property." They're just going all crazy about it.
Also, in Kenya rules, uh,
Nah, I
are
don't
they
know.
really
When
going
it
to
comes
stop
to
you? I'm kind of skeptical.
They might not, but it's gonna be. It's nice that when they're accepted, like guys, when they accept Airbnb, we actually did a revisit to Marble West. But I mean, the
Yeah,
staff
yeah.
helps you, the receptionist helps you. I
Hmm.
mean, when I go to an Airbnb and Skynest, I go to the reception right there in the front, and I said, "Hey, I need my keys for this, and this." They'll give you the keys. They walk you right up. When they
Hmm.
are not compliant with that Airbnb, then it's going to be underground railroad stuff. I mean, you damn near smuggling people here, smuggling people all. It's not going to work. It's not going to work like that. So I rather be in a property that is open and compliant to it.
True, true, true. Guys, this is the first question if we do a consultation is like, what's your background? What are you looking to do? Because it depends. Like, I don't mind staying in Kilimani. Like I'm always in Kilimani because the lower price. And but I was at Alchemist today, right? So it's not that big a deal. It can be, and if you have extra money, it probably makes sense to be in Westlands. But It just depends what you're doing. Because if you're living somewhere, Pandora is probably one of the dopest projects that you can buy, to be honest.
But let me
If
ask
you're
you this,
looking at an
Ryan.
investment, I still think it's good,
Mhm.
actually.
Let me ask you
Go
this,
ahead.
Ryan. Okay, so you're in Kilimani, right? You're chilling in Kilimani, right? Do you feel
Hmm.
you kind of frequent Westlands a lot based off of
Yeah,
Kilimani?
go to bed. Go ahead. Go to
Oh,
bed.
we got a little special guest over here.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Do I frequent Westlands? Yeah, yeah, but I don't have a problem with it. The problem is if you're traveling at rush hour, it would kind of suck a little bit. It takes a while.
Yeah, yeah. Westland in rush hour is terrible. Terrible.
Like I drove to you that one day. I was like, dang, this is taking a long time.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I do remember that. I
I
do.
didn't even talk
But I
about driving
feel,
yet.
yeah, you should talk about driving. That was pretty wild
No.
when you came and picked me up. Ryan's
I
driving,
hit the
man.
curb, guys. I hit the curb the one time. I'm better now. Oh, I'll talk about it a little bit. Let me get through the comments and then we'll figure out where we want to
Mm-hmm.
go.
Mm-hmm.
Did your video on LNN drop? No, they're waiting for the football tournament to be over, which we got to go to at least one of the Kenyan games.
Yes.
Okay, so there's
Yes.
Chan. I don't know what organization it is, but it's an international tournament in the continent, and Kenya's been performing really well. They shut like the whole city down. They close
Yeah.
roads, like it's crazy. Um, hopefully, the problem is the tickets are hard to get, and so I'm gonna buy a bunch of tickets when I see it available. I'm gonna set a
Oh, well,
reminder
good
because
luck
they
with
just
that
played
because
Zambia
they're
today.
allowing people to
It's a
buy
playoffs.
200 tickets and sell them,
Yeah.
double the price.
Oh,
I wish that
really?
they would limit the people, but yeah, some people are buying 200 tickets. So you gotta, I mean, I'm gonna try to talk to some
Dang,
people
I
over
should
here
have
and try
bought
to see
them.
if I can get one.
I follow everything, so I saw that when they were releasing the next batch, but now it's the playoffs basically. It's the knockout round, so
Hmm.
they might be more money, but if I see them, I'm gonna buy a couple just so we can go. Although they said come to the game 5 hours early, I was like, that's crazy. All
Five
right,
hours early.
let me
Why?
do the
Oh, it's
comments
first come
here.
first some. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, no, because people were rushing the stadium and they got fined and all that. Okay,
Oh.
so what do you think about 3 and 4 bedrooms in Westlands like the Pandora? I think to live it's good, and probably like if you do an unfurnished rental, it's probably pretty good. But if as a pure investor, I would probably want to do the 3 and 4 bedrooms. Although Pandora could be interesting because like Kai the Sky Nest is still well known, and the value of Sky Nest is pretty high.
Hmm.
So if you have a landmark location, like Pandora has the potential to be like a landmark
Yes.
development if it's done
Yes.
right. So it could go either way. What do you think about that?
PC Pandora is pretty much what they're trying to do on I call it the south side of Westlands is just create a
Yeah.
complex where you really just don't have to go anywhere. It's kind of
Hmm.
like on the outskirts of Westlands. There's not I wouldn't say there's not a lot going on over here, but it's a little bit slower. Um, but I think what they're trying to do is create their own Sarit or Westgate on the south side of the Westlands. I think that that's what they're. I think that's what the general goal is of there. You know,
Yeah, it's the JW Marriott GTC light.
slightly there, but
Yeah,
like you
yeah, light,
can't
light.
you can't really like if you said okay, you know what, I want to go and get my M-Pesa account and everything else like that. You got to go to Sarit. You got to go to Westgate. You know, you got to take that
It
journey
depends.
over
Are they
there.
gonna have Safaricom? Yeah,
Exactly, exactly.
I
So if
don't
they
know.
have those Safaricom, if they have Carrefour, if they have Navias or whatever, I'm sorry, I might be butchering up the names, people, but it could be
Nihilist.
another major mall that people can use on that side
You can
of
go there.
Westlands.
Wellstack said, I'm conflicted because I want guys to feel comfortable and find a place where they feel safe. That's rare for black men, but the lack of humility I see sometimes bother me and can hurt. Yeah, man, I understand where you're coming from. The culture is a little bit different because we are more boisterous in general, but it could be a little too much from the younger guys, maybe, So I feel you. Epic Tales, guys, how about we avoid the hate towards the bros? Ryan has nothing against them. Yeah, because our audience don't really mess with the bros, but I'm cool with it. It's fine. What do you think about the Emerald residence in Kilimani? So Emerald is building something called Amethyst, and there's billboards up. We'll be the first ones to report it. Oh, thank you for the $5 super chat. By the way, I really
Absolutely.
do appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys. It means a lot. Like, you guys know when I came here in January 2024, I did not. I filmed stuff. I didn't make any videos because it was such a impactful experience for me. And then I just
Mhm.
happened to post something the second time I came here. I wasn't planning on any of this to happen. And now we're
Yeah.
here with 80 people. That's crazy.
It's blowing
I
up
have no
now.
idea.
Definitely.
But I appreciate that you guys like it because when I first post, I always tell myself, no one will care about this. And now people are caring about it. So it's really dope. And the super chat really shows that, right? Because you guys are taking money to like say, hey, I like this. So I appreciate it a lot. It really means a lot. Like it's super dope. Like it's crazy. Like it's unbelievable, really. Um, what are some of the investment opportunities in Kenya?
I mean,
Hmm.
can we talk about what we
I feel
did
like everything's
tonight?
an opportunity.
Can we talk about what we
Yeah,
did
talk
tonight?
about it. Go ahead, Kai.
Okay, well, here's
Yeah, talk
here's an
about it. Hold on,
investment
let me get in there.
here's an investment opportunity that they did tonight. They had their first MMA organized like fighting series, and it was amazing. They had what is it? A cider company that was Kenyan born there, advertising their new ciders from KO. They had it was very well organized. DJs, VIP area. Um, and it just did really good. I mean, and a lot of Kenyans don't even know what MMA is. Yet and still, people were so curious that they decided to come, and it was packed. Ryan could be my witness on this. I mean, it was packed, and I remember me and Ryan were just talking about this, about the opportunities that you can have here in Nairobi. You can introduce new things here, and if the Kenyans get onto it, it's gonna blow. It's gonna blow. I mean, I was talking to a lot of people. Oh, I went to this MMA fight, and they didn't understand what that was, But when you talk to the Kenyans there, um, at the arena or at the, at the Alchemist, they were. I mean, it was an exciting, fun night that we went to. I don't know if you guys saw a little bit of it, but we had a great time. It was really nice.
Yeah, and there'll be a vlog about it, but like Kai and I were like, it's a 9 or 10 out of 10. Like it was such a great
Yes.
experience. And it
Yes.
was the first event that they had. It's a new market, MMA, combat sports. And I think that's an example of there are so many things that are wide open, especially if you're from the US and you have certain perspectives. If you can adapt your perspective to the local culture here, there's like unlimited things that you really could do. Like even me, right? I'm so embraced in real estate here.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, I went out, I got stopped 5, 6 times by people
Mm.
appreciating what I'm doing by local like Kenyans, not even like some of them were from the diaspora and stuff, but like it was also local people. And they are like,
Yeah.
oh well, how could the building practices be better and stuff like that. Like so there's so many opportunities, but you can't come here naively.
I agree
Like if
with
you
that.
just come here, you can't just bring your American attitude and just copy it. You need to learn the
how they do
culture,
things
what's
here.
happening, the
Right.
market. Yeah, like,
Like for example,
but
with that MMA fighting, right? It's brand new, but what they did is they had all these other restaurants and drinks and all this other stuff surrounding by this MMA thing. Now we can go into an MMA fight and it's about the fight, but when it's new to a new market, you have to surround it with other businesses that maybe are more appealing to people. Uh, at the end, when
Mhm.
we drank the cider, they gave us customized T-shirts, you know, and people were more
Mhm.
interested. Sometimes I think that to go where where that where they had the logo
The
and
photo
take
booth, yeah.
pictures. The photo booth. People were
Mhm.
like really focused on the photo booth, but you have to surround your business with what people like and then introduce them, I think, to the business. And what they did, which I felt was genius tonight, was they introduced MMA to the people, and but they surrounded it with familiar things to make it more comfortable as they stepped in. I don't know. What do you think, Ryan?
And I think on a deeper level, like it's just so dope. Like you could do anything and have like a big impact. Like you're hiring like
Yes.
all the KO girls that were working and the fighters. Like I don't know if they got
Mhm.
paid or whatever, but it gave them a platform to put their skills on display, and people could cheer for them. And then there was ticket sales, and then the food vendors were making money. Um, so if you come, I think if you come here with a skill, you need to learn a skill. Like you just can't come here and be broke and dusty and don't have no skills or don't know how to do nothing. Okay. But if you come here
True.
with a
That's true.
skill, you can do something. Like you could really matter. You could really like add value,
Yeah.
and it can make a really big difference. So the opportunities are endless, but you can't be naive, and you also need to have a skill. I think that's the number one thing. Like develop a skill to bring here. Don't come here with no skills and try to like, yeah, I mean, you can figure it out, but it's not the same.
Nah, figuring it out takes a long time. I'm sorry, especially when you put yourself in an uncomfortable situation. I think you need to have a skill and you need to come with it. And I agree with that. And also, Ryan, if I could add to that, I think that you need to be able to bring the Kenyan business people along with you. If
Oh,
you
for sure.
have something going on, collaborate with the Kenyans. Yeah, and trust me,
Yeah.
this Kenyan knows this Kenyan, this knows this Kenyan, and then it
Mhm.
leads to what Ryan's doing right now. Honestly, it leads to many opportunities.
That's why I'm not in that whole expat thing, because if you guys look at the content, you see I'm trying to put people on. Like I'm trying to put the agents on. I'm trying to put the develop. Like I want to emphasize the people already doing it more than be like,
Yeah,
oh, I'm doing this.
yeah.
Like I think a collaborative uh, approach is much better. Craig Moultrie, you're a member. Thank you. Appreciate you for being a member. You're doing great work. I'm Craig, and I'm coming to invest in real estate and relocate. Okay. Let me know if you need something, Craig. Kenyans generally don't like apartments. They mostly want a standalone house built with masonry on its own compound. Yeah, I get that.
Mm,
I think Americans feel the same way. But what does the market allow? Do you need to be close to Nairobi? How far away can you be? The transportation. These are the same comments I see from Americans if you talk about apartments in the city. They're like, a shoebox costs $700,000. But well, if you want to be in New York City, that's what it costs.
yeah, yeah.
D Blaze, growing up, I lived in Lamington, Kilauea, and Kilimani. That was over 20 years ago. It was crazy how much things have changed. Not sure what sparked this. Nairobi is growing. Kenya is strategically located in so many different ways. I know there's complaints about the government, but Kenya has probably one of the cleanest track records on the continent, um, with stability and um, being pro business as well. So Kenya has so many things going for it that a lot of money is coming in. It really is.
Hmm.
Freedom. I heard the Gen Z love apartments. I think it's just like the US, kind of like the young millennials liked it until then they got older and then started having kids and then you want to move out. So I think apartments are good for the up and coming
Like young family,
middle, upper
maybe.
middle class people.
Yeah, young,
Yeah,
young,
you could
young
have one
guys.
kid, yeah,
Yeah.
but then you're going to want to move out. But this is was on the LNN network is like, guys, the Kenyan population is increasing like crazy without foreign um, immigration, right? Or people coming temporarily. You need housing, like it's got every city expands. So people are like, oh, these areas right outside of Nairobi are getting developed. I mean, that's what happens, you
Hmm.
know?
I agree
So,
with that.
how's the car so far, Ryan? Was it a two-wheel drive? So, I got a Ford Ranger Wild Track 3.2 2016, 47,000 kilometers. I paid 4.4 million. Uh, it has a little scratches and stuff on it, but for a locally used car and what I looked up, it's pretty good. I got a truck because I like to do shit if I need to. I don't like to be helpless. Also, driving, people drive recklessly here, like they don't care about their lives. So at least I have a better chance in a bigger vehicle if there's a problem or an accident.
Mm.
I also notice when, like, because you basically just have to put your car in people's way to be able to, like, get in. Having a bigger vehicle helps with that. It's four-wheel drive. So it's perfect for the country, farming. I want to get involved. I'm working on meeting with the avocado farmer actually right
Mm.
now, probably some other stuff. Driving hasn't been that crazy, but when I was driving with Kai, my headlights at first were really bad.
Oh, it was
I'm
bad,
blaming
y'all.
them. That's
Yeah.
why I hit the curb. I hit the curb. Okay. If I was in a small car, I might have got a flat tire.
Yeah.
I hit the
But those
curb,
headlights were
turbo,
bad. But I'm glad you got it fixed. Yeah. We
you
hit this
couldn't
little
see
bump,
nothing.
you know.
And the front is tinted.
I mean, you gotta
But
know, it's kind of like you gotta memorize the roads a little bit over here because
mhm.
there are
Speed
some
bumps.
speed bumps that are not marked. You know, you could be just mobbing down the street, and the next thing you know, boosh. You know, I mean, when you hit one of these speed bumps, so you gotta be very careful about being kind of familiar with these roads. These roads change, and they're very a little unruly. So
A couple weird things about driving because I drive with my left hand. And when you're on the right side, the turn signal stuff and the shifter is on your left side now. It seems like a small thing, but you kind of have to learn how to drive with your right hand, and it feels weird.
hmm talk about the
It's
light
a lot,
situation. Talk about the traffic light situation and
bro.
everything else like that. This is like
So
like
I've been
hard
just
mode with
going.
the traffic
I just
lights.
ignore the traffic light. I just ignore the traffic lights, but apparently I'm not supposed to. I don't know.
Mm.
I just go through the because if you stop at the red light, everyone starts getting mad at you.
Yeah, it's like a feel
So,
thing. I
but
just don't get
sometimes
it.
there's police there. Sometimes there's police there, and then you're supposed to stop. But the police,
I
I don't
see.
even know when they signal to pull you over. So, like, I feel like I might just blow by them because I don't know they're trying to stop me. I'm worried about that. So I don't know, but it feels good to drive because I want to get out to the country. I want to do some road
Mhm,
trips. If
mhm,
I'm looking at land further away, Ubering isn't going to work. Uh, Honestly, it's been pretty chill. I drove through CBD. I drove on Thika Road. I drove through everywhere, even in big traffic. What I learned is you just got to like put your car in front of or in the way, and then you just go. And then don't look on the sides because the matatu, like you're boxed in, like they're about to hit your car. Just don't even look at it. Just they know what
mhm.
they're
And
doing.
the boda
It's
bodas, you
fine.
got to be careful about those boda bodas. Those guys come out of nowhere. Those guys come out of
I
nowhere.
get scared because they're right next to you in your blind spot sometimes, and if you're
Mhm,
turning, I don't want to like
mhm,
hit them. I don't know.
mhm,
That's crazy, but they know what they're doing. I don't know. Mostly, you kind of don't pay attention to the boda bodas. They get in where they fit in, and
mm.
whatever. But I am scared. And people walking, they'll just walk in front of you. You got to slam the brakes on. Ooh, it's crazy. Uh, Freedom. Yeah, Gen Z are more open to the type of living, but they have no cash. And not just in Kenya, Gen Z are broke worldwide. We just drove from Philly today, now in New York City, doing college tours for my son. Looked at Temple Uni. I went to Temple. That's where my degree is from. So Temple's pretty cool. Temple's pretty cool. But honestly, community college, and then if you don't go Ivy League, I don't see the point of like a mid grade college. But maybe that's controversial. I don't know. Quality's fine. Oh, there's the link. Dang, we're far behind in the comments. In New York City, looking at NYU, Columbia. See, those are probably better, to be honest, than Temple. But Temple was lit. Um, they don't like the old style apartments. The ones coming up are very modern. Kai is clear than Ryan. Oh, I'm sorry if I'm blurry. Hey, Kai. No, there's
What's
another
up?
development called Emerald Residences in Kilimani. Oh, I don't know. I don't know that one. Do you know Emerald Residences?
Mm-mm. No, no, I don't know that
Hmm.
one. No.
Oh, my quality is bad. I'm sorry, guys. I can't do anything about it. I'll have to look. It looks fine on my screen, but probably not. Hmm. What do y'all think about Pandora? We talked about it. Have you had a chance to tour Grosvenor? Can we talk about House Consult?
Okay, I'll let you lead the way with that. Can we talk about our
Are
experience
you
with them?
hearing me? Kai, are you hearing me good?
Yeah, I'm hearing you. Can you hear me?
What the heck is going on? Let me get, yeah, I hear you fine.
I
Yeah,
think
say
there's a
whatever you want
delay.
about Haas. There's definitely a delay.
Okay, gotcha. What can I say about Haas? Oof, God, I gotta tread lightly with this. Um, so me and Ryan were walking in Westlands. We decided to go over to 1870. We knocked on the door, literally knocked on the door, and met with some of the staff. And I said, "Hey, we're just trying to see what it's all about. Just wanted to look into it." So they were very nice and gracious to let us in, but it wasn't necessarily 100% a welcoming experience. Um, we did get to go see their units. We talked to them, but it was one of those situations where I don't know. They didn't. They don't. I don't think they want uh, us advertising what they're doing. I didn't get that vibe from them. So I think it's the best. The best thing that I learned from that is to just go where you're wanted, honestly. And I don't think Haas really wanted us to advertise what they're doing, which
What did you think
I don't
about
understand.
1870?
1870 is less than a block away from the Diplomat. Okay, and I didn't particularly like 1870.
12.
Let's just say it that way. I I didn't
They want a
particularly like
12.
it.
I thought it was fine. I thought it was fine, but when you take into account the price,
Well, yeah, it
it
was
doesn't make sense.
15 million starting.
Oh, it was
15.
15 for a
It
one
says
bed.
it.
That
It
for a
says
one bed.
Yeah, and we're talking about probably lower floors, you know. Um, and
Hmm.
I don't know when it comes to that. And based off of what I saw, I wasn't too impressed. I'm not trying to be disrespectful to the developers or anything else like that. I just saw better layouts, in my personal opinion. It wasn't the open concept. It was more. Remember, the dining room was like as soon as you walk in, you walk into the dining room, and then to the right
There's a
there's the
side
open.
room. Hmm.
Yeah, there's a side room. It just wasn't my vibe. It just wasn't my vibe. I think the only thing that I was really
I
impressed by
think
is go ahead, Ryan. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
no, I thought the quality was good.
Mhm.
but 15 million against the Diplomats 6
Yeah, that's
doesn't
big
make
time.
any sense at all for
That's
the
big
same
time.
location, basically.
That's big time. And mind you, guys, we haven't done any research about the developers that have developed Haas, that 1870. But I don't think you really want to go in depth with someone that doesn't really want to work with you. You understand? I just let them do what they're doing. So at that point, I'll leave it to them.
Yeah, I mean, but to their credit, it was sold out. But I think they live off of their brand. But like the number doesn't make sense to me. The, the development is very nice. I believe that they'll do a good job,
Yeah.
but almost more than double the price. How?
I, okay, now when you look at 1870, it is literally next door to Sarit Mall. I feel that that's the
Mhm.
reason why they're making it that price point. It's
Yeah,
literally
but there are
next
other
to
stuff
Sarit.
like that too.
So again?
But if you look at if you look at a Hoskensall building,
Hmm.
it's significantly higher price than the rest of the market
Oh, in
consistently,
general, with their other developments and
regardless.
everything else like
Yeah,
that? Oh, well, I don't understand
yeah.
it. I don't know. I haven't looked at a lot of Haas developments. But from what I saw in that particular place, I wasn't as it didn't really draw me like the other certain other developers that I've experienced.
And so that the Grosvenor looks nice, but we haven't seen it in person. To
Mm.
answer your question, I just feel like it's overpriced. You're paying for the brand. I don't. I don't like it.
No, I
I don't
think you
like
literally are
paying
paying
more
for the
for the
brand.
brand.
And literally, if
But
you
I mean,
look at
if
the
you have extra
diplomat,
money, fuck it.
I mean, no, I mean, literally, Diplomat is less than a half a block away from there. We're not talking about
Mhm.
6 blocks down. We're not talking about a mile down.
Yeah.
It's literally a half a block away from this 1870. 1870, beautiful. I don't know how many floors it has. I think it's going to have a beautiful
A lot.
restaurant at the top. It has like
Yeah.
9 garage floors before floor one starts, so I mean, to each their own. I think it's probably going to be a beautiful building when it's built. It's just not something that I would be particularly excited about. But whoever
Simon
decided to bought
said,
it, yeah, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
oh, sorry. Simon said, check out Super Westview in Westlands. They're selling one beds at 55 square meters for 6.3. That is interesting
That is interesting. Yeah, most definitely.
because 55 square meters in Westlands, I feel like is 7 to 8 million
Hmm.
standard
What's the
pricing,
what's
right?
the uh what's the
So
average
that's
square
interesting.
meters for a one
Location,
bedroom, Ryan? What have you
I
seen like
think
kind of the
what,
average
50 something, 50
50s, huh?
something, which Emerald is
Mm.
what, 48?
42,
Which is why
48?
I think it's 48. The studio at Diplomat, I think it's 42 or 43.
Mm. Mm-hmm.
I think. So that's an interesting comment. Actually, I'll look into that because price per square. I'm gonna make a spreadsheet for price per square meter because it's hard to evaluate some of these projects without that.
Can I ask you guys
Um,
something?
yeah.
When it comes to the Emerald, do you guys feel, if you guys watched the video of Ryan's video, do you guys feel that the furniture was just too big for the place, or
Mhm.
was it just small in general? Because they had some big furniture, and I think it was a little bit too big to show, uh, especially with the
Mm.
one bedroom. I think they could have like had smaller furniture to make it feel to give some more space. I don't know. Tell me what you guys think about that.
Staging.
Yeah, the staging, it just seemed
Uh,
like the furniture might have been too big.
Live, Love, Travel said Emerald Residences, not Emerald Springs. I don't know that. Sorry. Thank you for the super chats, though. I'm sorry. I can't. I wish I could answer that. Dang. I
I have
don't
to do
know.
some research on
Yeah, I
it.
don't know. Y'all been to Savorit Gardens in Kilimani? No, I haven't been there. Thank you
No,
for
me
the
either.
super chat again. Oh my goodness. Gosh. All these super chats. Thank you guys. I wish I had an answer, but I'm not going to BS you. Like if I don't know, I can't. I can't make something up. City Blue going to Nairobi too. Interesting. So apparently, the City Blue is a developer that does other stuff overseas, and now they're coming to Nairobi. Um, I just saw about that today. I want to do some more research, guys. I'm telling you. Okay,
Mm,
I know we're far behind on the comments, but let's talk about this because I wanted to talk about it. Um, my perspective on Kenyan real estate in general in Kenya is as long as they maintain the perception of stability, it will continue to blow up. It's the New York City of Africa.
it
I
is.
think of all of Africa, not just East Africa. And so if you look at New York City 20 years ago, I think that's Nairobi,
Yep.
with the caveat that if there's too much political instability and negative headlines and problems going into 2027, the international business and the continuing of the money coming in could slow down. But if the money keeps coming in, the population growth is going crazy. The money coming in, as long as the government does decently, um, the middle class will continue to rise, and they'll be able to afford these things,
Yeah.
and it'll be a really good market. That's my positive. The catastrophic scenario is that there's really bad instability with the government, elections, all that. And the money that's coming in leaves. And so all that development is going to be too much. So those are the two scenarios in my mind. Obviously, being here, I believe in the more positive one. And
Hmm.
obviously, it's a spectrum, it's not one or the other. I think the less controversial the politics and the stability is, the better things will do. I think the development is warranted if things continue the way that they're going. If the
Mm,
middle class keeps doing better and international business keeps coming, because the region, East Africa, South Sudanese are coming, DRC people with money are coming, Rwandese people with money are coming, Tanzanians with money are coming. Because why the heck wouldn't you want to be in Nairobi instead of the rest of East Africa if you have money? You can stay in Karen, you can go to Runda, Muthaiga, Gigiri, all
hmm.
these other places for the same price. That's the crazy thing. Because if you look at Uganda's prices and Nairobi, they're similar, but you get so much more being in Nairobi. Why the heck would you be in Kigali when you could be in Nairobi? Why would
Right.
you
And you
be?
also
Um, yeah, go
no, go ahead. I mean, you also got the
ahead.
UN coming. You know, you also have
Right.
the UN coming. You have a lot of Europeans coming. It seems like even though there's a lot of issues that might be politically that are happening here, I don't see foreign investment going down at this moment. You're just seeing things like City Blue and everything else like that is going up. So it just seems like there's two different sides. There's this like business side that's booming here in Kenya, or if we could specifically say Nairobi. But then also there's the politics side that's kind of like trying to, I guess it's figuring its way out and when it comes to those aspects. But it's like two different worlds in a sense, you know?
I can't help but think, though, that the UN has done an assessment on what they think will happen.
Yeah,
Also,
they
these
tend
big
to.
businesses investing, yeah, right, these big businesses investing in infrastructure and moving their headquarters and increasing the amount of employees and their office space, I gotta think that they're paying attention to what's going on, right? So
They have to.
if
These worlds
they
have to collide eventually. These,
so but so that means that they also agree with me or us that it's gonna be okay and things will be better.
I think when you got City
That's
Blue
kind of
coming here, and when you got the UN still coming here, they've
and that
tried
was
done their
announced
research way
during
more.
like the protests. Like the first UN was not heavy on protests, but the Geneva office moving was after a lot of protests and instability and a lot of things going on. So I have to think that maybe they're smarter than me and they think it's a good move. I don't know. You know.
It's true.
All right. What do you think of Silver Hill at Tattoo City? This is a state that's built UK style. Um,
Oh,
I'm in
tattoo.
Kenya for Kenya, and Tattoo City is the most overrated thing I've seen. I see why like local Kenyans would like it because they do more traffic enforcement and it's more organized and maybe the infrastructure is better. I still don't get it. For me, I don't know if Silver Hill is that the apartment building because there's Unity. There's some new apartment, big building being built, and then there's a place. There's a pretty affordable place. Like I thought the pricing was reasonable, but the quality was low, but it made sense. But there's no people there. Like you drive through, there's no one out there. I don't get it. I don't get Tattoo City. I've been there, guys. I have a whole bunch of footage from Tattoo City. I just never put it out. Um, Kai, maybe I don't know. Maybe I have the car now, so we could go out there. You know what's
I would like to
funny?
do the
When I
return to
was with Dennis,
tattoo.
yeah, let's do it. It's easy for us to
Yeah,
go out there. Um,
yeah.
when I was with Dennis, they when you get there, they explain the rules on how you're supposed to drive, which is basically how you're supposed to drive in most places, like stop at the stop sign. Dennis was like, Dennis didn't know how to stop at a stop sign, and then
He's
he
like
would
this.
stop and just stay there. And like it was so funny. I was like, "Yo, people don't know how to like follow the rules of the road. That's crazy."
Mm,
I
maybe
don't
that's why
know.
they like it because
Speaking
it's
of
just a
driving,
different.
that's crazy.
Maybe that's why they like it. I don't know because they're just kind of feeling that it's
It,
order, a little bit of more order. You know.
it reminds me of where I live, like the suburbs. You have all these sidewalks. No one's outside. You don't see anyone. You're all alone. But the grass looks nice. I don't know. It just
Mm,
the houses there were really beautiful though. Like, but the Tattoo City prices were like 50% higher than if you bought a plot
mm.
right outside of Tattoo City. Like I I don't value that. I respect people that do. I just didn't.
I'm
Actually,
curious
the
about going.
apartment
I'll go
building,
with you to
they're
tattoo.
cooler.
I definitely
We
would.
should go. Let's do a little road trip. It's not
Yeah,
fun.
let's do it. Yeah, it'd be a
We'll
little
drive.
road trip, and then we could go check it out. I could kind of see what it's all about. I'm thinking it's like a suburbs or something like that. I mean, like an
It's
exclusive
mhm.
suburbs, gated community. You
It's
know,
a
like
suburb.
Riru.
Yeah,
Uh,
basically. Yeah, basically.
I see.
What other projects has the Pandora developer done? I like that they don't allow Airbnbs in short term. They're doing Panorama, and I haven't done my research on Pandora previous. I've just gone off of what other people have told me that they've done some other good projects, but they have done good projects, and we probably should do some research on what they've done in the
Yes, I do
past.
want to do some research about Pandora. Freedom, why do you don't like the short term rental space, if I may ask?
I think it brings a bad environment because even at my Airbnb, the one night people were playing music and like clearly having a good time and they don't care where they're at.
Mm,
PC says, yes, they said no Airbnb, but they will do short term, like 3 months and up, which I think is good,
okay,
which you talked
that's
about a
good.
lot.
Yeah, I think that well, I don't know. I think that that's what I'm going to do. I'm not going to be doing like weekend getaways, I think it's better to do longer weeks, like week long stays. I think that that can definitely
Yeah,
eliminate maybe these party animals that come in and tear up your place or whatever or what have you. I don't know if you'll
yeah.
experience that in over here, but still though, it prevents that from going on.
I think having a 1 week requirement at least, even any
At
Airbnb is
least.
probably a good idea because you don't. They're gonna make your sheets nasty.
They're gonna make your sheets nasty. That's the reason why you got to get those cleaners, man. Get that bleach going. You bleach up everything.
PC says, are y'all saying that Pandora's location is not really walkable? Yes, it's not really walkable.
Mm-mm.
To
If you're over
Westlands,
there, it's walkable. If you're there in that area, it's a walkable area. But if you're trying to walk over to Sarit, man, that's a journey and a half. Yeah, it's not. And then you got to deal with crossing that Nairobi Expressway, which is like Frogger, the video game. I mean, it's tough. It's tough.
for Kenyans, they'll probably be okay with it, but for foreigners, they're going to be intimidated
Yeah,
by crossing Waiyaki Way
I would
for sure.
say
And it's not
Waiyaki
that close.
Way
And
and the
the
Nairobi
beggars
Expressway
are
is
going to
kind of
bother you.
yeah. Well, it's once you get down to close to Sarit, yeah, you're gonna have that. That's a Westland issue. There's a lot of beggars that are there. Me and Ryan had our own encounters, and let me tell you, they'll walk the whole block with you. They'll walk the whole, and then they bring their friends. So Ryan looking like he a messiah, or something like that, walking, and all these homeless people. Oh, yeah, but you've been blessed, Ryan. You've been blessed. I mean, it's wild, man. It's
It was
it's
a lot of
wild.
people. There were It was a whole group
It was a
following
lot
us.
of people talking. It was a lot. Oh my god.
And I'm cool. Like I'm cool with employing people, but I ain't just giving stuff out for no reason. Sorry.
Mm.
Freedom for me personally is to consider the area where Pandora is, which is that Raptor Road. I don't know. Is Lavington more than Westlands? But that's just me because I grew up near the area. Yeah. Last week the lady was saying that. So I guess technically it's in Westlands, but it's close to Lavington, which means it's kind of out of the way.
Yes.
Um, Oh, thank you. And for you guys, like looking at investing from far away, or you're not super familiar with the city, I think this information is very helpful because there's a big difference between that side of the expressway or Waiyaki Way and the other side. So you need to
And,
know
and
that
and
at
I really
least.
strongly, if I may add to that, Ryan, I really strongly ask you guys to try to see if you could take a trip here. Okay. If there
Yeah,
is some
please.
place that this is what I've done. If there is some place that you're very much interested in, stay in that place, stay around that area, stay around that development,
Mhm.
and just walk around. You'll get the feel of what we're talking about. Nairobi Expressway to a lot of foreigners would be very intimidating to walk. You have to kind of walk these streets to kind of get that feel, if I'm not mistaken.
Absolutely. Have you seen the Verona development? So Verona is right next to Pandora. I've seen them building it. I don't know anything about it other than what I saw, but I haven't seen quality. I don't know the developer. I don't know anything, but it is next to Pandora. So
The
it's
one
in
thing I
that
would say
more.
about that, yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go
Go
ahead. I'm
ahead.
sorry, Ryan.
No, no, no. Go
Uh,
ahead.
the
Go
one,
ahead.
the one thing I would say about that, it's like that whole Pandora to Verona road is a one to two, like a barely 2 lane road. I'm really
Muthangari.
concerned about the traffic. You're gonna build a mall, and there's like a
Mm.
1 lane road there, and then you got two immaculate developers building on this road. What's gonna happen with that traffic once that place gets built up? I just don't know. They got to fix that road. They got to do something
That
about
could
that road.
suck. That could mess up the whole Pandora situation. Muthangari
They can
Road,
really do
and
that.
it's like a side road that you turn onto that has like little market places. Uh, it's a little weird right there. So if the mall becomes big, that road is not going to work. It's
Imagine trying to
cool
get
if the
out,
mall is
people.
just like yeah.
Yeah, but imagine trying to get out and you're in a rush and there's a huge traffic jam on this 1 lane road. I mean, it's it's going to get frustrating to kind of live there when it comes to that road in particular, I should say.
Yeah. PC said, "What area is Amethyst going to be at?" Bro, I've been messaging them every couple of days, like, "What's up with Amethyst? What's going on?" Because, guys, again, I have high trust in that developer. So, and I'm suspecting the price should be quite reasonable, because it's in Kilimani. If you missed Emerald and you don't mind Kilimani, I think it's a good project. But I'm waiting on the details. So as soon as I get the details, I'm putting the video out. I'm worried because the membership, we have a 30-day lag time on the videos. By 30 days, half
All the
all the
people
high
who wanted
floors
the
are gone.
membership going to get the top part. They're going to get all the top. Yeah.
It's going. I bet you for the people who have bought with them before, they're probably already booking.
Yeah.
And guys, I have no interest in like overselling you that. That is actually a thing. Because Diplomat, I got in day one of Diplomat, and Diplomat got a lot of stuff booked. And
I
Diplomat
agree with
didn't
you,
even
Ryan.
announce till after the video came out.
I agree with you, brother. I agree with you. I think like it's like when you start buying into these developments, it feels like you get into their in crowd, and then that's when you start getting the offers or the heads up that this new uh location is coming. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that because it's just kind of like, are all you guys gonna keep buying these units? Is that how it works? Or maybe that might like, well, we're gonna buy this unit and buy this unit and buy this unit. I mean, I think they should open it up to people, but that's how they do it over here. And I'm telling you, me
And
and Ryan will go to these developers and start asking them, "Hey, what's the next development?" They're not trying to tell you nothing, man. It's like their lives are on the line with that type of stuff. It's wild.
which is good because they don't want to tell you something's available before they have certain approvals. Because I know they're working on these things a lot of times. But Kai, before you go, and I'm not saying you got
Hmm.
to go, but before you go, I do want to have a conversation about the oversaturation. Just we'll hold
Okay.
that. But if you're like, okay, I'm about to go, let's have that conversation. Um,
Okay.
Fatia
Are we talking
Coke,
about? You want to
Kenya
talk
is a
about it
great
now?
deal. Oh, are you ready?
Oh no no
Hold
no
on.
no
Let me
no.
do the
Let's go.
comments real quick, and then we'll
Okay.
talk. Okay, okay.
Okay.
American style steakhouse can be a good business. Get a franchise from the U.S. People in Kenya are quite aware of U.S. brands. Yeah, you could. Restaurants are. I feel like Kenya does restaurants pretty well, but I think there's a
I
space.
agree.
Someone in a comment a long time ago talked about barbecue. I think that's a good space.
Soul food.
American,
Yes.
Texas, Louisiana barbecue, and maybe soul
Yes.
food. I don't know about soul
A
food,
little
but
bit.
maybe.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm biased because I don't like soul food. See, Griffin, what's going on? My bestie, well, how are you? Hopefully you're still here because we're late on the comments. Willis Wilson, $2 super chat. Appreciate you big time. You've been supporting. I know we've been DMing back and forth, so that's what's up. Let me open a Chick-fil-A in Kenya. Did Kai disappear? Kai, you disappeared. Shay, what's up, man? You're doing big things. I'll be seeing you. What kind of skills are they looking for over there? I think honestly, whatever skill you have, you could leverage it in a big way here in Kenya. I really think,
Good.
and that's the dope thing. Bring your skills, man. Like bring value here, and I think you'll be rewarded. Maybe the money isn't super big, but the impact and the feeling is real big. Um, Mo C, I'm coming to Kenya late next month into October to look at real estate. What are a couple things you think I should know when looking? I have been doing some research for the past 9 months. Real quick, and I'll let Kai get in. The developer you need to research is the number one, number two, and number three thing. Is that you need to see what they've done before, the quality that they've done, the amenities that they normally do, their reputation, how do they complete on time, all that kind of stuff. But Kai, I'll throw it to you. What do you think is the most important thing when looking at real estate?
I think, yeah, doing your research about the developers and their past projects. I think that's very important. Making sure that you don't rush into this, I think, is a very
Yeah,
important thing. Because you know, you hear us talking about how quickly these units go. I want you guys to take your time about this. I want you guys to do your due diligence because yeah, me and Ryan talk about this, but as I said too, I don't know if you guys talked about the lawyer situation. Most people got 2 weeks, maybe 1 week that they're here, and they try to push everything and cram everything into that week. And I don't want you guys to do that. I think that if they get a whiff that you have a sense of trying to rush this through, they're going to try to start getting you emotionally involved and try to speed up the process. Take your time. And this is
uh,
the number one thing for me: get a good lawyer to do help you do the due diligence, and that's something that me and Ryan have been talking about. I know that me and Ryan kind of go differently about that, but you guys kind of have to kind of know the legal issues of what's going on. In fact, I think that if there's a lawyer that you guys can do that you guys can trust that maybe might be here in Kenya or get a good referral, you could start talking to this lawyer about just how the process works, how the overall process works when it comes to buying real estate here. So when they tell you about the letter of offer, when they talk about their engagement letter, when they're talking about their sales agreement letter, you guys have a gist of what these things are before you come here because you don't want them to teach you. You have time to do this
yeah,
research, learn from Ryan and what he's bringing here, maybe have a book a consultation with Ryan, and Ryan can kind of lead you guys into the right direction of what you guys should prepare for because we get that paperwork. We know these paperwork, but I'm learning every day with some of the paperwork that I receive. So yeah, that's what I would say.
yeah, guys. I get a little cringe about selling, but there is a guide that kind of gives you like a lay of the land, a little bit of the general situation. And definitely, if you're in the inner circle membership or if you do a consultation, um, I, I'll look out for you as much as I can. Like, I,
Hmm.
it's not like a one-time thing or I'm watching the clock. Like, if you're serious and you do one of these things, membership or consultation or whatever,
Hmm.
um, I'll look at your documents. I'll make sure, like, and again, I'm not like a lawyer or the expert in everything, but I could be like, okay, that's the same process that I had. I could go check out the developer, whatever you guys need. Like, it is good to have a conversation with somebody. Um, the lawyer thing, I think for the first time actually is good.
Yeah,
Um,
I think so.
at least you'll feel better. But I got a message the other day. They fired their lawyer just like I fired some lawyers before. So
I didn't fire anybody yet.
it,
I haven't said it, but yeah,
oh, yeah, he just got two lawyers. He got a
I
lawyer
got a
checking the
couple of
lawyer.
lawyers. I got a lawyer. Got a lawyer with the lawyer. Yes.
So you know, eh, but I really like what you said about don't rush because it feels like a rush, and then especially you're here on a limited time. You got to take your time, and the same thing because
Yes.
I saw someone comment later down here talking about is a business better than real estate? The thing I agree that businesses probably contribute more, but you need to know more before you do a business. So like you need to know what's going on, and to some degree the same thing with the real estate. And you don't want to rush into it. You can't rush into doing a business. You've only been here 2 weeks. Like that's
Right.
crazy.
And
Like
to
what are you
add
doing?
to it, Ryan, we talk about this oversaturation. Okay, it's something that we
Oh,
you said you
okay.
wanted to talk about. If you buy the wrong unit, the wrong level, Please, I mean, you're going to be dealing with competition. At the end of the day, this is business, and everybody's coming here. Everybody's buying a unit. They're saying they're going to make $5,000 a month. It ain't going to work like
Mm.
that. It's survival of the
Yeah.
fittest over here, guys. Is there an oversaturation? Yes, I think there eventually will be an oversaturation of these units. But
Yeah.
if you buy the right unit, and if you look at some of the Ryan's like videos and everything else, like what we talk about, views and location and amenities, those three things are huge over here, and you have to, think about that and not get emotionally involved when if you're thinking about investing in. Now, if you're living here, go to the Pandora, get a 3, 4, 5 house, you can go and relax over there. But when it comes to investing here for business, you got to be very strategic and you got to slow things down because they'll try to speed you up. Tell me if I'm wrong, Ryan. I don't know. Let me hear your opinion on it.
It feels like FOMO right away for sure. Like you need to do something real fast, which
Mhm.
you actually do. That's a funny thing. Like being decisive is important, but if you don't know what you're doing, being decisive is crazy. So, and I don't, it sounds weird, but like Kai and I kind of have a good gist of what's going on. So we can
Mhm.
like move quick, but I wouldn't recommend that for new people. Even
Yeah.
my first
Yeah.
purchase, I don't like that developer for the Lavington property. I think the management sucks, but I think it'll still make money and everything. But if I did it again, there's a lot of things that I would do differently, which is why I'm sharing this information so you guys
Yeah.
could avoid some of the things that I did. But again, I bought with a business partner. It wasn't like a big deal. Um, Not to undermine it, but again, I'm a different kind of person. Like I'm out here, but I'm crashing out so that you guys can do better. So that's kind of
Crashing
where
down
I'm
on the
coming
ground.
from. Yeah, So
No,
like the
but
property management, I've learned a lot. Yeah, go ahead.
yeah. But the way I feel, just to add to what you're saying, Ryan, you're bringing up some great points. You will get caught up in the euphoria. You will be so relieved. I guess I'm not saying anything bad about America, but coming here to Africa and seeing thriving Black people, investing in Kenya. It's very exciting, and you can get caught up in that, And then, of course, but
Mm.
we're going to be real with you. We're going to keep it real with you. I mean, when a building or a plot of land goes up for sale and everything else like that, people buying, people throwing money at that, but that don't have to be you. That don't have to be you. Like I don't want you guys to rush this and then regret what you guys bought because you feel the scarcity of what these opportunities. Yeah, there's opportunities here, but take your time, do your due diligence. I personally feel get legal representation that you can really trust. And Ryan, I don't know if you talked to about the lawyers that we talked to. I think that video is going to be a good reference video because I asked some really serious questions about and Ryan did too about all of this that we're talking about right now, and I'm a still strong believer that you need to have a good lawyer representation when you go through all this. Yeah.
1,000%. Let's talk about the oversaturation since we're kind of on that topic.
Okay.
And I love you guys' comments. I will get to them. I know we're getting ahead of the comments. There's so many people though, but I'll get to them all. I don't have nothing to do the rest of the night, so I'll be hanging out. I don't know how long Kai's going to be here, but and don't feel like you got to stay on Kai the whole time because I'm
No, no,
crazy.
no.
I'm
I
gonna
know
stay
that.
on
I know that. I'm just waiting for my laundry to
phone.
dry. I don't got to dry, so I got to hang this up old school style.
Okay. Um, Again, so we talked about the thesis with the stability of the government, right? So if things are deemed unstable, I think a lot of international business leaves. Um, a lot of issues happen. The middle class stagnates, and a lot of these developments will have to decrease their prices significantly. Christine from Ham Golding, who I have an interview coming up with, she does a lot of leasing in Kilimani, and she's saying there are a lot of price reductions. And so the reality of it is that there is, it's not oversaturation exactly, it's that they're overpricing it. So the prices that you, this is why I don't like to talk about um, uh, return on investment, because I'm not convinced on what the actual numbers are and the vacancy will be. And so anyone concerned about oversaturation, I think it's a legitimate concern, because again, 800 units in Kilimani has come online in the last 6 to 12 months.
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
it like I was saying, it's competitive. Like, what floor are you on? Do you have a better view? Are you higher up? Are you on the first, second, third floor? It's not going to be as good. I anyone that has that concern is a legitimate concern. Um, but I think in the long run, if the middle class keeps going up and the population goes up, it'll be okay. Again, if you're paying 6 million, 7 million for a one bedroom and you're renting it for $500-600 per month, I don't think that that's bad.
Yeah, but you're talking about a
What do you think about it?
monthly. You're talking about a monthly return, right? You're not talking about Airbnb. Am I clear with that?
That's unfurnished. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So I like unfurnished. Westlands, I would do furnished Airbnb, but in other areas, I probably do unfurnished.
Okay, but if we talk about our return on investment,
Hold
right?
on, people, I'll be right back.
All right. Uh, hey guys, how y'all doing? Welcome to the Ryan Fagan show. As he uses the restroom, turn off your mic this time, Ryan, please. But look, what I was about to say is, what I was going to tell Ryan was, if you're doing a monthly rental, when are you going to get your return on investment when you're doing a monthly rental? You got 3 years to pay for these units, right? And if you decide to go the monthly rental way, when are you going to get your money back? Now, if you do group economics, that might be a good investment. But my goal is to do short-term rentals. I think that you can do price changing to where you can actually get your returns back a lot sooner, especially when December and the holidays hit. Currently, they have a soccer tournament that's going on over here. Kenya's doing very well. This is what brings a lot of people in. But if you have a monthly rent, you have a fixed income that you're getting from this person. Whereas you can change that. It could be real estate investing on steroids when you decide to do short-term rentals, because you can change the price based off the demand of what's going on. Kenya and Nairobi is definitely a place that has a lot of conventions, a lot of activities that are happening. But if you're stuck on the monthly rental, you're gonna miss out on possibly cashing in uh, a lot during those times and those periods. Sorry, I was talking, Ryan. I'll say it briefly.
Yeah.
Um, when it comes to monthly returns, right? When it comes to monthly returns, you got a fixed income that
Mhm.
you're going to get at the end of each month, right? When it comes to short-term rental, you have dynamic pricing that you can do to change. So if there's a big
Mhm.
convention, whatever, a
Mm.
big soccer event that's going on right now, Kenya's blowing it up. There's and December where everybody starts coming down, you change your pricing to match the demand of what's going on. There's going to be times where Nairobi's going to be lit, and everybody's going to be looking for a place, and they're going to want to find your place, and now you can triple the price at that point. So your return on investment you can get a lot quicker instead of the monthly price. Go ahead.
The Airbnb price is basically double the unfurnished rate. But again, what Kai just said is dependent upon the stability. So hopefully everything is cool, stable, because everyone's going to want to do their events here. But if
Yeah.
there's all kinds of craziness going on, it's make or break in my opinion about that. You know,
Right.
But as the money comes in, I think because just be, this is what my main thing is. Just because people are buying on a speculative investment doesn't indicate a strong market. So what is the underlying market where people will rent your property, which is the locals? So locals would think that 65,000 is very expensive for a one bedroom because
Mm.
if you go to Run Guy and places like that, you're paying 20,000. And so you need a big enough population that can afford to pay these prices in Nairobi. Is the employment, is are the opportunities there for locals to be able to fill in that market? And where's the minimum, right? Like
Mm.
if there's no foreigners to rent to, how much can you rent to locals? That
And
is
that's the
the key question.
right. And if I may kind of show my
Mhm.
philosophy on it, Ryan, uh, my market is the foreign market, right? If I'm going into the Westlands and I do short term rental, it's going to be maybe to the maybe the upper group of Kenyans that want to rent my place, but also it's going to be to the Europeans and all these other people that are coming in to do whatever business they need to do. That's the reason specifically I bought in the Westlands. I feel if you want to rent to the Kenyans, don't go to the Westlands to do that. I don't think that that's the right move. You
Okay.
should stay outside of the Westlands to do maybe monthly rentals. But if you want to get into the arena, and I'm
Mm.
going to call it the arena of Airbnbs, that's the Thunderdome. I mean, that's where you need to go to the Westlands to possibly get international tenants in your places because I think that's where they want to go.
Which is
I could be wrong.
interesting. Kai has experience in doing Airbnbs, in which I've always in the US been skeptical of Airbnb because I thought it was a fad. The government started cracking down.
They
The
did.
local governments didn't like it, taxes, regulations. Um, and even people were doing arbitrage where they don't own the property, they lease it long term and then do
Which is the
Airbnb
reason
and
why
make
it
the
messed it up,
difference.
right, Ryan? Exactly, exactly, and that's the thing that's happening, right? So that could also be something about oversaturation, right? We're gonna have Westlands that's going to be a damn near 90% Airbnb occupancy, wanting an
Mhm.
Airbnb occupancy. What's the responsibility of these owners? These owners might get a person in their unit that might have a crazy ass party, and that might start creating regulations about Airbnbs. I mean, it's happened. It happened in Atlanta when I bought that duplex. It happened in California. They might start doing this crackdown on these Airbnbs. So we have to think about being very responsible when we're doing these international investing and staying with strict rules on how we're going to conduct ourselves running this business. Because when you start getting loose with this and you start just doing reckless stuff, it really does affect the entire building. And all it takes is a couple of tenants to start talking to the HOA people over here, and the next thing you know, that's when the clamps go down on certain rules in these buildings. Hence, why Pandora might not want Airbnbs. You know what I'm saying? There might be already
Right.
a bad rep out there.
Yeah, you're seeing it. You are seeing it a little bit. Yeah. And there's been femicide and ladies getting killed in some of these places.
Hmm.
So it's been on the
Hmm.
radar a little bit here. That's why it's important to look at what is the underlying demand for these housing units beyond the premium of Airbnb. But I still think maybe you don't get the projected rates that they're saying now for Airbnb, the double, you know, if you could get 100,000 for unfurnished, you can get 200,000 a month shillings for Airbnb. What is the underlying demand for these units? I think is the question. I don't have the answer, but that's the way that I would want to think about it, right? Like if everything goes bad, The other thing is, of course, we own these properties without a mortgage. So it's not like you're
Yes.
having to make a payment other than the service charge, which might be $40, $50 a month. So it's not like you're going to go out of business or go bankrupt or have a big liability. But the opportunity cost of buying this investment versus another investment that's making more is a problem, right? Because maybe
Right.
you should have put your money in Bitcoin, right? Like
Right,
whatever.
but that's the big risk as well, though, Ryan. I mean, we get a 30-year fixed rate. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to put so much in, but within 3 years, you
Mm,
have to pay this amount of money, and that could be someone's
yeah,
savings. This could be someone's
right.
retirement that they're putting in here. So this is the reason why I emphasize, guys, don't get emotionally involved in this, all this, all this stuff that we're doing over here. I want you guys to be very calculated and not just dump all your savings into a unit thinking ahead that this is going to make you this amount of money. As Ryan said, as I said, the market is going to eventually speak, but we don't know what the answers or what the market's
Mm.
going to say. Am I right with saying that, Ryan?
Yeah, yeah, I love that you said that. And I probably, it makes me think I should say, like, because I think some of Black Americans are looking to the continent and they're looking at it from maybe a different perspective. Like,
Yeah.
they need to make it over here. Um, I've said this before, but if you're looking for the best market to rent in the whole world, I don't know if Nairobi, I think Nairobi actually is pretty good for that in general because of what's happening. But I don't want to lead people like this is where you're going to make it at. I think I wouldn't want to tell people that. I
Yeah.
think there's a lot of good things, but like if you're taking your life savings to do something, I don't feel comfortable telling someone like invest here with your life savings. Um, because I think the reward is high, but the risk is high. So I think it's a little inappropriate to say that. Um, that's why I think it's important for us to give our perspectives because it's like this is like extra money that we're playing with over here. Um, yeah, I don't know. I want to make sure that that's clear with people, I guess.
Yeah, I think it's
Um,
clear. I think it is clear. I think hopefully, guys, you understand that me and Ryan have a passion about this. We have a history in the U.S. About this, and we've been successful in investing in the U.S. So there's a little bit of a background that we have when we're doing these type of things. I just want you guys to be careful when you guys do this, and take your time with it. Like what me or what Ryan said, you just got to just yeah, take your time with this. Don't get caught up in I just need to get out of America. I just need to get out of America, and let me do this, and
yeah,
things will
this
work out.
isn't
You just
that.
got to be. Yeah, this isn't that. It's two guys from America that are just kind of like we're enjoying our time here, and we're kind of showing you guys what we're interested in, what opportunities they are. I mean, I'm really excited about being an international investor. I never thought in a million years that I could say that I invest internationally. And when you tell your
Yeah.
homies down the block what you're doing, when you're in California, when I'm in California, they're like, "What, bro? You doing where?" Like they don't know where Kenya is.
Yeah.
Some of them. So this it seems a little far fetched, but we're just trying to give you guys options and ideas of what we're doing. But I think we both stress a lot that you guys got to be careful about when you're doing all this. Please just take your time. If I can say that, I don't know. That's the way I feel about it.
I agree. Yeah, yeah. I'm glad we talked about that because and that's what I get worried about with content, right? Because you don't know because yes, I'm a real estate investor. I do real estate. You do as well.
Mhm.
Um, I don't want to be like this is where you got to go.
Right.
That's too much.
Mhm.
That's too much for me.
I agree.
But
I
I
agree.
think it's opportunity. But you need to make that choice for yourself. Like this is where I want to be. This is where I want to invest. Because there's other motives for us, right? Like I love being here.
Yeah.
Is why and because I'm a real estate person, naturally I look at real estate when I'm somewhere. Because I was doing the same thing in Ghana before. I didn't go there, but I looked at real estate because I'm just, if I'm on vacation if I'm in Louisiana, I'm gonna bring up the app and start looking at real estate.
Yeah,
So it's
yeah.
the same thing here. I'm not advising people like this is the market, you gotta buy here, you know. So
No, no, no,
I
no,
just
no.
want to make that clear for sure.
I don't think that Ryan is doing that. I don't think that I'm doing that. I think that we have our experience. I've traveled the world. I go to Brazil. I go to London. I just recently was in London, and you look at these Airbnbs and you wonder, like, God, this place is beautiful and everything else like that. You find out that someone else owns it, like maybe a person
Yeah.
outside owns it. And that what kind of puts a seed in your head, like, I don't know, maybe as a black person, you don't think that you can do all that, but you can,
Mhm.
you know? You really honestly
Yeah.
can, you can be a black guy like me from the Bay Area that's thinking about doing some investing in Kenya. I mean, it's like it's a possibility. I think that that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to show you that there's a belief that if you can believe it, you can achieve it. That's the way I kind of feel about it.
And the entry price is accessible, right? Like six
Yeah.
million's like 40, $50,000. You work with two, three friends, you can do it. If you go further out, things get even more affordable. So, I mean, this is just the market that we're talking about, but I don't want to overdo it, I guess is where I'm coming from. I like this
Mhm.
comment. Craig said, if you could put the list of more sight unseen, trustworthy investors, I think he means like um, developments. Your plan, you're selling. It would be great to study. I think he means like who would you buy from that you would buy remotely at this point. Um, the Emerald developer for sure. Um, Wonder Properties for me, although it's
Yep.
not perfect exactly.
Yeah.
That's the Diplomat that they're building. Hoskinsol, but I just think their prices are too high.
But they do have good quality.
Dang, who's the other ones? Yeah, the
Emerald,
quality
I
is
would
good. Like,
say Marble West. We looked at their background.
oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Marble West is kind of like the dark horse guys. I think yeah, they're the dark horse.
But
And
if you want to buy
they're
in that
literally
area,
Yeah, and they're literally right next to Emerald. They're on the same street. Am I right, Ryan? They're on the same street as
they're
Emerald.
across the street from each other. Yeah,
Yeah,
you
they're
like
across the
they're
street from
right
each
there.
other. Yeah, and when we walked through, you saw it in some of the videos that we did, but when we walked through Marble West, I like the layout of Marble West. And even at that time, I said something about Emerald being a little bit too small. I felt that Emerald was a little bit too small. But Marble West, I feel that I think that they're very impressive, and we did some background. And then I want to do a Pandora kind of search just to see
Yeah, we
what their
should.
past project does.
Yeah.
That'd be nice. Yeah.
I think the thing with Pandora is if they can do what they're aiming to do, it'll be a landmark property. For like I meant to say this earlier, like Skynest is an older building, but it has such a good reputation
Mm,
that it seems very well occupied even now, even though when we were in your
yes.
place, which that video is coming out soon,
Yeah.
it's not the most modernized place, but because of the amenities and the service and everything, I think it rents well. Because man, people were moving in and out of there. Like we're sitting by the
Yes.
lobby,
Yes.
and it was busy.
And another thing
And
about
not every
Skynest, I think
building's
you're
like that.
no, it's not. Skynest was I would have to say it's a pioneer building.
Mhm.
It was one of the first buildings that kind of like was built for, I guess, Westland investing and everything else like that. It still has one of the most elite restaurants in there, Slates. um, and the amenities I feel were very good. You can literally in the video that me and Ryan made, I wanted to show Ryan that literally you could just stay in Skynest. You don't have to go anywhere because of just how the amenities that it has and the things that you can do in there. And hopefully that reflects to when you guys get to see it.
And what people liked about that video, join the membership because you would have already seen it. What people
Would have
like
already
about the
seen it.
membership, I mean, what they like about it, that video actually is like, because the hotels are crazy priced here, guys. Like, I don't
Yes.
know why y'all staying in hotels. That's crazy.
Mm-mm.
Um, Kai really shows you guys what it exactly looks like to stay here. Like the cleaning lady comes, here's how you do your wash, your laundry, the
Yeah.
balcony, the space. Like it's a really good video. So join the membership. All right, guys. Let's do the comments. I'm not going to take too much time. Unless it's a member comment, we're going to talk about it. If it's not a member comment, we'll just give a quick comment because I want to get current and then keep up with the conversation. Enoch Sala, Kenya is full of opportunities. As a graduate chemical and process engineer, worked about 2 years in manufacturing. There are plenty that is hard to even explain. We have a shortage in most FMCG. I'm late to the show. I bought at Tesaveret in Kilimani, one bedroom. How much did you pay? I don't know that place. I think I've seen the name before. What do you think about the Saruni? I like the layout. That's on the list of places to check out. I know Dennis had like an exclusive there or something like that. Ronnie, engineers and guys who are more into manufacturing and production would do so well in Kenya. So many gaps to fill. Construction materials, kitchenware. Yeah. Processing goods, like when I looked at the farmers, like the tea farm, they basically said it wasn't profitable. And I suspect that's because the factory and the exporters take all the margin. So you need to make your products finished products in Kenya to really make to get the capture the most value, I think
Opportunities,
is the
Ronnie.
big
You're
thing.
right. Opportunities right there.
Yeah. Engineering, factories, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Basically what Haas were politely telling you is they're only interested in a certain segment of the market, which to be fair, they sold out. So I mean, they don't have to care about us, which whatever, I don't care, you know. New to the stream, why what brought you fellas to Kenya out of all places? Man, that's a big question. Maybe we'll get to it. I don't know. I need to make a video about it. Same top floor, two beds, might get the three beds too. Hey, okay.
Mm.
Very well,
Hey.
Wilson. Congratulations. What do you think about the place? Oh, this is that Tesavorit place. Kenya is the wild, wild west in the gold rush. I
Yeah.
agree. There's a lot
I
going
agree.
on. Yeah.
I agree.
The
I agree.
the politics is devolved. Gen Z shaved, changed the game. You will see much more stable and competent. Yeah, I think when Gen Z and millennials start taking over, because when I go to the law firm, like the people we met, Kai, they're like our age or younger. Like a lot of
Yeah.
the go-getters, the people doing a lot of modernized, like they get it. They're educated. That's the Kabaki era apparently. Like they had the education. Um, that is like the prime people plus the population's younger. So I agree. I super agree with that. The future is so bright for
Can I
Kenya
say
because
something
of the
real quick
youth.
about that, Ryan?
Yeah, yeah,
When it comes to
yep. Go
that,
ahead.
when it comes to that lawyer, that video that you're talking about, I really recommend that you guys look at that multiple times. A lot of good information
Yeah,
that can help you guys with your research when you're deciding to make if you make the decision to come here and invest.
yeah, and it's going to be more of a boring video, but if you're serious about Kenya, you should watch the whole
Yeah.
thing for sure. It's going to be
Yes.
really helpful.
Yes.
Martino, 2027 will be unstable, but 2007 was similar. But economic growth was fastest in 2008. Yeah, but
Mhm.
2007, like a lot of people were killed. Like that is, I wouldn't wish that on Kenya for sure. But that's crazy that the growth was big in '08 when the U.S. economy was horrible in '08. That's crazy. So would you say Kenya needs more business development than buying homes? I think businesses obviously contribute more. Um, I think apartment investing for people is a little bit easier though. Kai, you look like you want to say something.
Oh no, 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 no! I'm listening. I'm listening to what you're saying.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think this is the weird thing with the whole Austin thing is like I agree that businesses are going to bring more value, but I don't think you could just come here and start a business. I think that's crazy. Um, you need to know what's going on. There's no gold rush in Kenya. Please relax. Kenya has consistently been growing since 2003. Yeah, maybe, but from our perspective, like I've never been to an American city and seen so much development at one time. Like it's
Right.
insane. Kenyans are peaceful. 2027 is just going to be fine. They are good at holding talks and making peace. Yeah, yeah. Given the level of corruption in the US, I'd be willing to take my chances in Kenya. That's a big thing. People don't understand political corruption. It's just legalized in the US, I think, basically. Uh, Ronnie, why do you think 27 will be unstable? Nothing points to that. I think a lot of things point to it. I'm not saying that it's going to be like the worst thing in the world, but there's a lot of
At the end of the day, it's
you
an
know I don't
uncontrollable variable.
yeah, and we do. I pay a lot of attention. So a lot of people saying we're naive to Kenya and the politics and stuff. We just don't talk about it. So I don't want to get into detail about it, but I think it's a factor. You know,
Yeah.
whatever pleases you, Kayuna. What's good? I missed all the. What's up, Rich's method? I know Rello made his fundraising goal, so he's coming out here. I think he's on a plane right now, probably. Why do you guys call yourselves African American when there is nothing African in your ideology? Probably because we're from Africa originally. I don't know. Another opportunity that an opportunist investor can do is invest in research and development. Several unemployed graduates are so good in research, and most of their bias being sciences. Interesting. I think Thika Town will grow even faster than Tattoo City. I don't get Tattoo City, bro. Thika Superhighway is really a useful asset, though. Tattoo was going to be the next big Kenyan city, but the pioneer president Kibaki was the main driver of that dream, and it went with him. Oh, really? That Tattoo City was done that long ago? What's the big deal? We hate the current government. We'll vote for that. We'll vote them out in 27. No biggie. Isn't that normal? The amount of people being killed in protests is probably more than we would be familiar with. Also, kind of what we have as an issue in the US for the first time is people like contesting an election. So, what if people don't feel like someone legitimately won when they did or didn't? I think that could be a really big problem.
Mhm.
Um, can we get more videos on single dwelling homes? Yeah, so I'm working on that. It's tough though because we're in Nairobi, but I'm a little bit more mobile now. And but guys, resales of homes is not very common, so it's like kind of hard to find resales. Most people buy land and build a house, so that's
Mhm.
kind of the issue.
Mhm.
If you're looking to live, you don't want Airbnb party animals disturbing the peace. Yep. Besides real estate, what other businesses do you think will thrive with UN coming to Nairobi? We'll pause on that question. That's a good one. Um, I think a lot of businesses can do well. I don't think the UN is a big factor, although I know the law firm we met with they were building a restaurant right across the street from the new UN site.
Mhm. Mhm.
I think everything, man. Like like a car mechanic, right? Like if you
I'll
do
tell
a
you
good
this, even
job
simple
and
like
have
laundry.
customer service,
Like laundry. I
yeah,
mean, geez, a lot of these places have a washer but no dryer. Some people don't want to deal with that. They just want to go and just put their stuff in a bag, and then the next day it's ready to go.
yeah. Yeah, it's so much. I think it's almost everything.
Yeah,
If you execute well.
if you execute well, yes.
Mm, what are the gaps though? What do we think the gaps are? Like what's
I think
missing?
transportation is the gaps. Transportation is the gap. Transportation is the
Mm.
gap. A lot of people are intimidated by
Really?
the matatus. A lot of people are
Yeah, I'm
don't
not
feel
doing
safe
that.
about the boda bodas, and a lot of people are not. I'm not going to say people are very uncomfortable about driving over here in a foreign country. So, transportation could be a pretty big thing for people if they can get reliable transportation. As you said in your previous things, like Uber, it's a, it's wild. You know, sometimes they'll come, sometimes they don't. Sometimes they ask more money, all these different type of
Mm.
things. So these are things that it's multiple things is pretty much what we're saying.
Oh, this is interesting. Nairobians. Most Kenyans are intimidated by Nairobi more than foreigners who are sort of used to urban life. That's interesting. That makes
Mm.
sense. Because we get a lot of comments like, who wants to live in these apartments? Blah, blah, blah. That's probably people that don't live in Nairobi. That makes sense. Novatech, they walk the whole block while you stop kidding me. That's wild. What? I don't know. Uh, most Kenyans are in, oh, yeah, yeah. They're building underpass on Nairobi Expressway, though. Kenyatta Avenue and Gong Road are getting overpasses, and they've been building them things real fast.
Mm.
Freedom, make sure you check out the new show house at Silver Hill when you drive out to. What's Silver Hill? Is that apartments? What is that? Tell me. Um, I don't know. The expressway is the top bit in Westlands. Under the expressway is Waiyaki Way. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
What up, Ryan and Kai? Why y'all didn't go to Austin's house party? I haven't been invited. I don't know. Also, I'm not in that clique. We're not really in that circle. I know Troy had a birthday party. I
I went
seen
to one of his
Matt.
parties. It
We're
was
not.
pretty good. But I'm
Oh
not really,
yeah,
yeah, we're not really involved in like, all that stuff or something like that. But I met Ryan. I mean, I met Austin. He's a good guy. The people that he has around him seem very nice. But it's not something that I like. We're always, being invited to like the house parties.
yeah. We're kind of. We've been doing our own thing, but I get. Like I've said a million times, like I think what Austin's doing is dope.
Yeah,
Uh,
me too.
I just. I'm not trying to be around all the Americans like that. To be honest,
It's a
especially the
different
Black
vibe, guys. I don't
Americans.
know how to explain it. It's a different vibe when you're kind of like around all that. It's just a different
And it's
type of
around
energy.
that YouTube, social media atmosphere. It's kind of weird. All right. And that's not him. He didn't. That's not his fault.
No.
On a vision, how fast does this process move if you're paying cash to deed? 60 to 90 to 120 days, generally. My sectional title for my apartment was ready like a month or two in, so not too bad. Remember last week I was supposed to tell us about the money request? Hold on, let me pin that comment. We'll get there. Hold on.
Oh my
Hi,
God, the party
Ryan.
request.
Hi, Kai. Love from Jeep Great Britain. Marie, what's up? Is that what that means? Sid, what's going on? Member, shout out to Sid. Um, Ryan, by the way, bar next door in Kilimani doesn't feel like a club, but you go to the main one on Thika Road near that's Runda. You will know it's a
Oh, I
club and
want to go
it's
to that.
huge in size. Yeah, Mabel. Hey, that's where the car helps because
There you
it's
go.
a little
Thanks,
further.
Rich.
Yeah, yeah, okay. Rich knows so. Okay. I liked it. My girl said that it's full of rich kids. That was her perception of Bar Next Door in Lavington, which was interesting. Y'all
Mm,
made some pretty good points about Pandora. Would you still say a 3 bedroom is a good deal? I'm thinking about long term renting for you and family, but the isolation and possible traffic. Pandora's a little, it's not that far from UN, but it's not as close as some of the other places. I
mm,
think a lot of foreigners would feel very comfortable being in Pandora because of the amenities, which makes it extra attractive, in my opinion.
I think
But
so.
they need to pull the mall needs to have the things that it needs to have.
Yes.
And I know in the video she was saying, "Oh, it's going to have all the good things." This is where you guys need to read between the lines. Do I believe that? Maybe. I don't know.
Maybe that might be a question that we can
So,
ask. That might be a question that we can ask again.
well, they're just going to tell us it's going to be great.
Yeah,
That's how
pretty
things go.
much. Yeah, true.
Paul, you should visit. Paul has good comments. You should visit one of the projects by Kenyans living in America. They are found in many parts of Kenya. For example, the Juja Prime. So Juja Prime is AMG Realtors. Are they diasporans that are running that? I don't think so. But dude, those plots are like 4 million right now, and they did a good post because they were half the cost a year or two ago. So Juja. Is that Nanyuki area? I think that's up Kiambu Road, but I could be wrong. My lawyer charged me 1.5% of the buying price. Yeah, that's about normal, between
That's
1 and
normal.
2%.
Yeah.
I don't like paying money for, see, this is where I don't, guys, when I wrote the guide, this was like a big issue because I don't use lawyers. But if you guys are new and you're doing it on your own, you're not like talking to someone that knows what they're doing. It could be
Nah, I recommend lawyers. I do.
risky, but because
Yeah.
you also pay for the developer's lawyer and
Yeah.
you pay a 4% stamp duty tax. The closing
Yeah.
costs can get high.
They can.
Willis Wilson, how do you find a trustworthy lawyer? Kai, do you
We
want
talk
to talk
about that in
about
the
your
video.
lawyer experience? Yeah,
Do I want to talk about my, you know what? I'm going to leave that to the video because I
okay.
specifically asked that question. So tune in to Ryan's video. You'll get the answer to that.
How do you feel about the law firm in the video that we talked about? Just to tease us some more.
I personally like them. We're not endorsing these guys. I personally did
Mhm.
like them. I think I was very comfortable with them. I've had dealings with a lot of lawyers over here, but I was very impressed. I was very
I know
impressed
all
by
the lawyers.
yes, I was very impressed by what they said. So, mind you, when I ask these questions, it comes from experience, you know. But I was pretty impressed by them.
Mhm.
But I think that what they say to answer your question, PC, about how to do the due diligence of finding a lawyer is the way you should do it. Yeah, and I'll leave that for the video.
Oh, in the video. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, Kai doing some marketing. Levy Reed, many African import large amount of their needs. What is a good product that is used? Like, I like that Levy is looking for the opportunity because he's always asking these questions. Bro, you got to really come out here because what you look online and what we would say is only a small snapshot. And if you're a business person, you really got to come out here for a good amount of time. You got to come out here like 30 days and
Right,
just,
Levy, and the way Levy, you've been asking about, I believe, the restaurant business and everything else like that.
mhm.
Levy, like we are like real estate investors, right? So the way you might see it when you're here is not the way we might see it. You might come down here, go to all the different restaurants, and we can tell you all the different restaurants you can go to, and then you can see the
Mhm.
opportunity that we can absolutely might not be able to see because your expertise might be in that business, you know?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of opportunity, but again, you do like you can't come here and not know anything. So whatever your expertise is probably where you should be. So if you're in restaurants, you probably got to find the right location and theme and vibe that you're looking for
Yes,
to
yes.
be able to do what you're trying to do. You're right. This comment is exactly right because Africa imports stuff that they have the raw materials to make. So they're paying exponentially more for things, and this is across the continent. They're paying more for things that they could make on the continent um, way cheaper, but they don't have the infrastructure, development factories, and the refining. So, like they'll send the materials to make floor tiles to China, and then they buy floor tiles from China when they can make their own floor tiles, you know. In West Africa, chocolate is like that. They send their cocoa, which is what's used to make chocolate, to Europe, and then they buy back the chocolate. It's crazy. And so the finished product is where most of the margin is. So almost every product, um, like the tea farms, right? Like the factories, like they should be selling their
Mhm.
own tea, but what they're doing is selling the
Yeah.
raw tea and then it's getting processed somewhere else. So if you have your own processing and your own brand and label that you're still exporting, I think exporting is the thing. Leather goods,
Hmm.
tea, coffee,
Hmm.
avocados, almost
Mm.
every like if food products, because people are so worried about where their food's coming from. There's so many opportunities, but to break into those markets, getting certifications for because I know that avocado has a certain certification you need that they come and look at your farm. So to get that stamp to be able to sell internationally, you have to have certain standards that they may be lacking here. There's so many opportunities, but you gotta you gotta dig into it and figure out what the markets are. And again, we're
And
kind of real estate people. Go ahead.
right.
Yep.
Well, another thing I would have to also talk about, like Kenya has a pretty big business relationship with China, and they are now taking off the tariffs when it comes to China. So there might be a high demand of what maybe a billion people in China might want. That you might be able to come down here
Mhm.
and manufacture. So that's another thing. Like, what do the Chinese like? You know, and maybe you can come down here and manufacture that and then export it to China.
Exactly. I just realized why the quality is lower because hold on, I'm gonna fix it right now. Let me go to some PC research, firm size and reputation. What's Mike? What's up, Ryan? I haven't seen you. Have you been to any steakhouses in Nairobi? If so, which one is your favorite? Guys, I'm sorry to say this. I'm really
They don't
sorry.
know. Mike, you don't know, huh? Here comes the big reveal.
He doesn't know. Don't tell anyone, okay? Um, I don't know how to break this to people sometimes, but I'm a vegetarian.
Dun, dun,
So I would not be going to any
dun.
steakhouses. Don't judge me. I'm not one of those. I don't judge you if you eat meat, okay? I just love animals, okay? And eating meat is perfectly fine. It's natural. I just don't like the factory farming. So really, I could probably eat meat here because the meat is naturally done most of the time, but I can't speak to that. Kai, have you been to a steakhouse?
I haven't been to a steakhouse, but I heard about a couple. No, there's one that I went to, Fogo Gaucho.
They
Fogo
got you.
Gaucho
Yeah.
is a Brazilian steakhouse. If you haven't had Brazilian steakhouse, that one is pretty good, Mike. That's in Westlands. And I'm hearing one called Hyde in the Glee Hotel off of
Hmm.
I don't know what street that is. It's in the Glee Hotel, kind of Hyde. But I've been to Fogo Gaucho. If you never had Brazilian
Oh,
steak, you'll love that. Endless meat. Pause, Mike. But endless meat. Yeah. Either way.
you got the meat. Marie, Kenyans love to escape the cities, so buy land outside of MBO and do a business that includes food and combination and fun stuff. Yeah,
Mm,
I mean, food, accommodation, and fun stuff will probably work almost anywhere in Kenya, but
yeah. Yeah.
the volume is determined by the income, what people have, and all that. But those are the keys. Oh, when I went to the restroom, I turned my mic off this time. Okay, guys. Kimmy JK, when people mention elections, do you guys truly understand what we're talking about? Have you asked any Kenyans? Guys, I know we sound ignorant because we don't talk about the politics, but I promise you, we talk about it all the time to people here. I read so many things. I promise you, we like, of course, I don't know all the tribal politics, but I promise you, I do understand a lot more than you think that we do. I promise. I promise. I promise. I can tell people's tribe. If I guess your tribe, I'm like 80% correct most of the time. Like 8 out of 10 times, I can guess your tribe. I promise it's true. And that don't mean I know the politics, but I promise you, I'm invested in understanding that kind of stuff. Oh, everyone wants to know what she's trying to say. The return on investment will be based on how much money you put into that investment. You can't just own an Airbnb base. Yeah, I've seen some basic Airbnb furnitures and the service. The winners win. So, especially in a down market, if it's oversaturated, like Skynest is old. That's why I keep bringing it up, but it still rents because people know that is good. So even if in an oversaturated market, I think if you do well, you'll do well.
But if I may say something about that, about Willis's comment, uh, the oversaturation, the war is
Mhm.
coming, winter is coming. In a sense, like there are people who are making so much money that they're getting lazy, and I've seen it with the furniture. They're putting
Mhm.
rundown furniture, just because it's in the Skynest. People are still purchasing it, but I think that's going to go away when these new developments come up.
So I see a comment that's coming up. They're tired of foreigners. Freedom. Barcelona and Venice are now cracking down
Yeah,
on Airbnbs. Yeah,
yeah.
Airbnbs. I've been skeptical of Airbnb in the US for a long time. I told people don't buy the hype. I kind of don't think they're going to crack down in Kenya because of the enforcement ability of that, even if they wanted to. But maybe. Um, do you people think it's just election violence? Are people aware of the mood that takes over the country? I've talked to people and they say real estate even goes down. No one buys during the election year, certain things like that. Um, McTreasure, saturation is a big, big concern. Too many properties coming up and local demand can't afford these prices. I think it's a legitimate concern.
Yes.
But where's the bottom? I wonder where the bottom is because, again, if you're buying these properties cash, even if you had to cut your rent in half, okay, well, that's what you're getting. It's very hard to explain, which is why I'm asking the host if they've explored this topic. See, why don't you guys that have like, hey, you guys don't know what you're talking about. Why don't you guys tell us what you want to say? Like, I don't get it. Oh, yeah. Do you really get it? People are asking you what you think about it, and you refuse to say it, but you want us to explain everything we know. Like, I don't. That is, and Kim, I get like, I don't think you're being a jerk, right? But I'm like, they're asking you what you think and you're not willing to say, so like what you're asking us, and you know that talking about the government and all that, especially we're guests here, like
That's the way I feel about
just
it.
like they're
Yeah.
trying to kick people out, they're kicking guests out of the US if you have a green card and stuff like that because they're protesting or like promoting things that the US doesn't agree with, which maybe you know regardless of my opinion, if you come to the US as a guest and you start getting politically active, you're a guest. They can send you away. So,
Mhm.
like, I don't come in your house and tell you how to do things in your house. I think that's you just don't do that. So
Mhm.
I don't know what you want us to do. You know, um, calm down. It happened in '07. Won't happen again. No, I get the concern about '07 though. Like it's a legit concern, and there's people that have commented that have lost family members. I've talked to people that have experienced like being in those areas as a different tribe, and luckily they didn't nothing happened to them, but I get it. I do. I get that isn't that long ago, '07, so I don't want to take it lightly. Gabriel Wilson, there's such a thing as overinvestment. By all means, do not put in extreme premium furniture for a B&B property that isn't generating high income. Strike a balance. Yeah. Well, every market swings too far in each direction, right? That doesn't mean that you shouldn't do it at all, though, right? Like, because the winners are still going to win, I think.
Hmm.
How is it hard to explain? No, she's not being discount hub. I think she's meaning well. She's not trolling. Karibu, Kenya, Posana. The craziness happens every election since '07. PV happened, post-election violence happened once, but we all know election time brings out a lot of madness. Levy, what area in Nairobi that is not oversaturated with restaurants, that few new restaurants? So Lavington is probably the best area to put a restaurant, in my opinion. Because Kilimani is growing. There's all kinds of new units, and Westlands has most of the nice places. So more nice places in Lavington and Kilimani probably work, in my opinion.
I would say Westlands.
Lavington has money. You think so? There's a new
Oh,
restaurant
what?
there. There's like 8 places in the
Oh,
mall.
no, but he's talking about catering to locals, or is he talking about starting a
Lavington
restaurant?
people have money because that
Oh no,
Calmanta
Levingston is
place.
nice. But then you can also say Karen too. Remember where that restaurant we went to in Karen? That place, I mean, like people come in there religiously. It's packed every night. So I mean, it depends. If you make good
Yeah,
food and everything else like that, people will come and get your food.
they will. I think it depends what you want to do, man, because there's a lot of different types of places.
Hmm.
Ideally, I'm off to sleep, guys. Got to go back to capitalism tomorrow. Why are you jumping my above question? Are you afraid of the question? Wait, what? What's the question? Did I miss it? Say it again. I'm sorry. Um, Willis Wilson, I like your confidence, but remember the market is king. You can only influence your ROI so much. Yep. I doubt we'll have a repeat of '07 because we now have too many international vested interests who need Kenya to stay politically stable. Yeah, but I don't think they affect the politics like that. I think it's like an internal matter. I have multiple Airbnbs, and my confidence is based on experience and knowing the comfort people want. Yeah, that's a good answer. This is a good time to answer the perennial question: why Kenya? Oh my goodness, not yet. Do research on industry and manufacturing. We got cartels that run industries here, tea and coffee. Yeah, exactly. You need your own processing and exportation avenues to get out of that. This is what I meant by opportunity because people feel like you can break out of these things just because there's cartels. Fuck them cartels. You can beat them if you, but now you need more capital. I get it. But you can win. We're in Kenya. Gab, not in Kenya, but I still believe in myself. Oh, I thought you had something in Kenya. Dang. I stand corrected, but I guess it also comes down to how much people are willing to pay for their comfort, especially for short term stays. I think the boom in real estate in Kenya is more of an overflow from Dubai and second level Chinese cities. I think
Mm,
Nairobi is the crown of East Africa, so the whole region comes here. And then, even as an entrance into the continent of Africa, or at least East Africa, Nairobi is the place that you want to be. So that's what's happening, I think. Yeah, so Kenya's different market. Hold on, let me get I am on a website called Eastwood Consulting Kenya. It's a real estate company in Nairobi. They're always showing malls with an entire mall available for rent. Why is there so much space available? The big malls are pretty well occupied, but I know Levy's trying to do his research. See, that's why you can't look online, man. You gotta come see.
yeah.
What do you think,
I agree
Kai,
with that.
about because the
I agree
mall,
with
like
that.
Westgate is pretty well occupied.
It's
Sarit,
pretty well
pretty well
occupied.
occupied.
I'm pretty sure that they got like openings and everything else like that, but you have to put in something. You're competing. If you go inside that restaurant, you're competing with Alloy, you're competing with Ginkgo, you're competing with some other well-established restaurants.
Daily Cafe. There's a bunch of places in
I
these
mean, shoot,
malls
you
that
got
are
Java
good that have
Cafe,
a
you got
lot
the
of
Art
food.
Cafe, you got all these people that you're
Yeah.
competing with. I mean, do you really want to put yourself as a new restaurant in that? I don't know.
You could do it if you're a serious operator, I think, and you have a good like genre or type of food, but I'm don't think you come here and like they don't know what they're doing over here, and you just come from the West and know what you're doing. You're going to smoke
Exactly.
them. That is not going to
Exactly.
happen. That is not going to
No.
happen.
It's very competitive.
And they're good. They're good.
Yeah, they are.
And they know how to hire people better than you. Like they have so many advantages. Like I don't. You're not just coming here and just yeah. But you can do it. I'm not. I don't want to say you can't do it, but like don't think it's easy. Freedom. I like that Kenya has young population. Try walking in any city, places like Italy. The difference is stark. Kenya should
Yeah.
have been so far ahead where it's not the last two bad presidencies. Shiko, Ryan, what do you think about Grosvenor project in Westlands? I think I haven't been there. Hoskinsoll is a little overpriced. I do think they deliver a good product, but they're charging you for their brand. The Boss Man, oh, he just said have, is sometimes pumping in a lot of funds, and Airbnb doesn't always guarantee higher ROI. Yep. Nairobi roads and urban planning are terrible. That's what makes Tattoo City so attractive.
I gotta go
I'd
see
rather
this
be in
Tattoo City.
Nairobi. Yeah, maybe we'll go in the next week or two.
Yeah.
Um, Shaiko, he already answered. Yep, yep, yep. My tattoos are on borrowed time of Nairobi's metro rail and bus plans. Tattoo City is truly attractive. I think
Mm,
Kenyans feel like that because they like the organization. To me, I've seen organization. I'm not impressed.
yeah.
I think it's organized. I just don't care about it that much. Can't believe Kai is back in Kenya. Just moved there, man.
Yeah, shit, huh?
it, it's a pretty advanced stage. They're getting trains from Japan and electric buses are starting to show up. It's just the actual infrastructure construction starting next year. I can't give much info about it, but just know everything is set. Okay, Brian and Kai, could you give us a tour on some projects in Riverside? What do you think of our project on Riverside Lane by Haas? Haas is
Oof.
a good developer, overpriced, but they'll deliver a good product. But I think you can get in at a cheaper price than other developments. Although Riverside, I don't think there's anything else going on there. It's a very small area. I don't even think it's its own area. It's in between Westlands and Kileleshwa, and it's just one road. Lawyers are
And
sketchy
also,
worldwide. The sleaze is in the profession. Go ahead. Yeah.
when it comes to Haas, I don't know if they really want us advertising their products. So that's making it a little bit difficult as
Yeah,
well.
it's hard. Yeah, we can look at it, but we can't do videos about it. So we saw 1870. I saw the quality of their work. It's good, but they want crazy prices, I think.
They
I
want
like
crazy
Enrogue and
prices.
Kileleshwa. I think that location is really nice. Um, I didn't think the price was too crazy, but you know, I don't know. Well, we'd have to see it. Their website is pretty good. Check the plans. Railway City project. I think I've heard about it, but I can't recall the situation. The matatu industry isn't going anywhere anytime
Yeah.
soon. Multi-billion. I like I see politicians here and people complain about matatus and bodas, especially. I think the bodas serve a really good service here. They make things very affordable to get. So I'm very pro boda. What? How
He's
about you,
pro
Kai?
Boda.
How do you feel about that?
I haven't used the Boda service, but I do see how good it is.
No, I'm saying
Uh,
like the deliveries though, like Glovo and all that.
oh no, yeah, no, I think it's very actually that's very convenient. You can get anything sent to you with the Boda. So I do think that they do serve a purpose. However, I think a lot of people are just kind of frustrated based off the congestion that it causes.
I don't feel like they congest anything. They're not part of the traffic. Like they're just in between.
They're going bobbing and
Because when
weaving
I'm
through
driving,
it,
I
you
don't
feel?
like, yeah, they don't stop me from doing whatever I'm doing.
Mm,
Nerd Novatech, nobody really talks about mining like gold or rare earths. I know it's capital intensive, but it's very underexplored. Yeah, I'm not. Stay in your lane, dog. I don't know nothing about it. Freedom, but they're getting banned from CBD. Yeah, I feel like that's a mistake to ban that stuff. That's part of the culture. I don't know. I think it's
but
cool.
maybe this is the steps of how they're
And
trying to get to being more organized, you know? Maybe a tattoo. They're just trying to bring that over here. I don't know.
I think there's more things that you can do before you start banning that stuff. Because people complain about affordability, they make things more affordable. This
Yeah.
is a big mistake. Like in my town, because I'm in local government, people complain about things, but like if we took them away, they'd complain that the costs go up or that
Mm,
the service doesn't exist. And I'm like,
mm,
dude, like you don't understand the ramifications of what you're asking for.
mm.
That's a big headache to me. Like people complain about warehouses in our town, but everyone's ordering from Amazon. Like, where do you think the stuff is coming from? It's coming from the Amazon warehouse.
Yeah.
That's why you're able to get it in freaking 12 hours.
Yep.
So you want to ban all the warehouses, then now, so everything's a plus
You
and a
pay
minus.
top
So
dollar
I
for
try
that.
to
Yeah.
understand. Yeah. Brazilian steakhouse that Kai mentioned is nice. I had ostrich meat there. Okay.
Yeah, they got all types of meat
Um,
over there.
this okay, this guy knows about gold mining in Kenya. Carnivore restaurant is also great. Okay.
Good point.
Freedom, don't get me wrong. I welcome it. It's high time we have order in the CBD. Yeah, but you don't have to ban them outright. Why don't you just like crack down on them driving crazy or like make sure whatever you don't like about their behavior, maybe you curtail versus just outright banning matatus. People take things far. Like you got to be careful about the unintended consequences. A lot of people that work in these areas take matatus. It's the most affordable transportation. What they're going to
Yeah.
Uber? Shoot, if they Ubered to work every day, that would be their whole salary. So be careful about these decisions. I'm tired of this foreigner's fatigue. Get the F out of Kenya or we kick you out. Okay. Shout out to you. Ryan Kai, what are your thoughts on shipping container homes? I feel like that's an investment. No, because labor is cheap. And the reason why you do shipping container homes is because labor is expensive.
Mm.
The land is expensive here. So if you can acquire the land, you should develop the property very well. About the girl's comments, you are both right. She is looking for opportunities to earn more from her labor. That's difficult in Kenya and so much easier in the US. What? Does Ryan have moderators in here? Some comments are a little bit funny. Yo, we're free speech. This is America. Okay. Not really, but we're American inspired. We believe in free speech. Okay. Unless they're just trolling crazy. And when I have the next smoke show, if they don't come on, then we'll
He's
ban them.
coming for the
We're
next
looking for
smoke show.
opportunities to invest. That's so much easier and cheaper in Kenya for some investing in USD. Exactly. US is a fake democracy in Kenya. The courts can protect you from an overbearing government. I had protests last year with Congolese. Okay. Palette Cafe in Lavington is amazing. Good pizza, vegetarian options. The
Oh,
new
I gotta try
Kenyan
that.
constitution was designed specifically to prevent 2007 again. Remember, it's coming up 20 years now. We had another contested election, 2017. See you, Ryan. I got to head out. Hey, shout out to you. Appreciate you. Why are you jumping
Shit.
above my question? Are you afraid? Wait, I don't know. What's the question? Oh, I did see this question. I didn't mean to skip it. Oh, but hold on. Top notch global citizen. Hi. What's going on, man? Okay. How do you two deal with government corruption from police and government services? I've never had an issue, so I don't know.
Same with me. The same with me.
I'm not afraid to talk about it. I just haven't had a problem.
None.
Um,
I really can't. I
I
really
got
can't say
stopped
anything about
with
it.
someone that I was driving with, and we gave them a couple shillings, but like I don't want to say it's overblown because maybe we just don't experience it, but because people like the government makes it so you can't do anything. I think the U.S. government makes it hard to be able to do business way more than Kenya. Kenya, man, there's not enough organization to stop you from doing what you're doing. In the U.S., your steps need to be a certain height. You need a permit for everything. You need a permit to think about getting a permit. So I know, like, if you're from Kenya, you could feel that way, but I promise you, there's other places that the government is way more overbearing, and you could call it corruption here, but maybe it's not corruption in the US, but you got to pay for permits. Then they take long. And then if they don't like you, they don't come out. I did a house flip for $800,000 that it ended up selling for. Because of permits, we probably lost about 100,000 US dollars, which is what? How many shillings is $100,000? 100 million?
Mm.
Is that right?
I think so. Around that
Because they
time.
delayed the government delayed us so much. So I promise you, like Kenya and the continent, like I know there's problems. It's a different set of problems, but I promise you, it's not like sunshine and rainbows other places. Uh, Kenya is they lost our we got an architect do all the drawings. We got the stamps, all that stuff. We send it in. They say they lose the paperwork, but they don't tell us that for weeks.
Yeah.
So then
It
we got
works
to
like
get
that.
new paperwork, and you know how long architect takes, and you know how much you got to pay an architect. You would be appalled because the numbers, see, the numbers in the U.S. are just higher. So sure, you make more, but you spend more. And it ended up like all the delays and like a project that was supposed to take 6 months took, and really maybe 3 months, but we'll call it six, took 12 months. And in that extra time, all our profits got ate up. Okay. So like this idea, like, and me, from my perspective, if you could just pay the people and get your
Yeah.
job done, that seems better than what we got to deal with, right?
Well, I'll take it a
So
step further
that's
too,
kind of where
Ryan.
we're coming. I'm coming.
You do it the right way in America. You do it with permits and everything else like that. It'll literally take you years to get done. You do it without permits and you try to sell your house or you try to make it an investment and everything else like that. You it's damn near a huge red flag and it might keep your property on the market. And if you anything were to happen, let's say you're renting it out or something like that, and somebody gets injured in the additional dwelling unit that you have in the back that doesn't have a permit, that's on you. So you're damned if you
Yeah,
do, you're
sure.
damned if you don't, but either way, you're damned when you do all that stuff. So that makes it very
Like
frustrating.
California's, yeah, California's
What's
been
that
trying to
thing?
build high-speed rail forever, and they're spending like 100 million per mile because of
Hmm.
government regulations. So I
Hmm.
know that you guys idealize like the West and the organization, and to some degree it's good, but like it's gone so far now. Like I know the UK is having all these problems. Like the West is really struggling because of like it's gone too far. And so I know you guys complaining about corruption and all these issues. I think I was talking to the Uber driver today. He's like, we're 100 years behind America. I was like, I really think you're probably like 20 years behind. And we got to pay for our infrastructure. We have political problems. I, I get that the grass is greener on the other side, but I think you should look at the positives here. And that's why we're coming here. And if you notice, that's why more people and more people keep coming. It's because we see the writing on the wall. Kenya is a hidden gem, Africa's New York. See facts on the ground. Yep, 1,000% agree. Why is processing of Kenya or Africa products so difficult in African countries? Lack of knowledge or equipment.
I think it
I
might be a
don't
little bit
know
of both.
enough. Yeah, because the way they be
Let's talk
doing the
about the whole
finishing
Home Depot
products,
thing.
come on, guys.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah. I
guys,
mean,
come
you're
on.
seeing it with the
Like,
ground.
why are you painting on everything? Like, bro, like, and be on time. Answer the phone. Like, there are small things, but it's a laid back culture here, so that's kind of part of the deal. And uh, I labeled this live. There's no opportunities in Kenya because when I was at the place getting the headlights done for my car, they found out I was a YouTuber, or I'm not really a YouTuber, but they found out I did YouTube. And she was like, "Why are you coming here?" And I said, "The weather, the people, the weather, the people, the weather." And then I said, "Opportunities." And she said, "What? Opportunities? There's no opportunities here. It's horrible." And
Mm.
it was ironic because I had trouble. Like, they told me that the car was done. I came there, it wasn't done. Then they didn't have a certain part that they needed. So I'm there for like 4 hours after these, and it's nighttime. It's dark. They're working on the car in the dark with cell phone lights. Then they're like, "Oh, well, you got to come back tomorrow because we need a certain part, but we don't have it." And then I was like, "Nah, give me my money back or half the money because one of the lights was working, one wasn't." And then they're like, "Oh, well, we can't." And basically, it was the whole thing was effed up. Like, the way they were doing business was effed up, and it wasn't the girl's fault. But I'm like, this is kind of why you don't see opportunity, because you're not doing things the right way. And I'm not
Mm.
trying to come down or criticize Kenyans or how people do business here, but like, guys, like, I'm at my new apartment. I'm looking at, they put this beautiful marble trim around the elevator. It's got paint all over it. Like, what the are y'all doing? Why are y'all doing that? It's just not doing things the right way. And so, like, am I going to go back to that business? I was going to do a video about it, but now I'm like, now I can't even do a video about how I got my headlights done there and promote it and say, guys, if you guys need like to upgrade your lighting because the roads are dark here, you should go to this place, because they started off good and then they effed it up. And it's
Mm.
like, you're missing opportunity. Like, this is crazy. Like, you have this business here. I found you guys because you did some good things on social media and the internet. I was able to find you on
Mhm.
ChatGPT, and then you had
Mhm.
some pretty good reviews, although some were bad. And I took a chance, and then I come up here, and y'all playing games. And then the girl left. She didn't even tell me she was leaving. The job wasn't done. Like, the whole thing was messed up, and I'm just like, there's so
Mm.
much opportunity, but like, guys, and so there's this attitude like corruption is stopping us from doing stuff. Um, the government, this and that, which people do in the US too. Like, this is just the thing people do, is make excuses. Like we were saying with Levy, if you do it right, there's so many, like the MMA event that we were at. It was dope. They did a good job. They did a good event. There was some things
Mhm.
like the announcer and the timing of the people coming out, and they didn't have exactly a dressing room and certain things, but it was a dope event. It's a new opportunity. Like UFC is not here. MMA is popular. There was a lot of people that came to the first event, and it's like you got to do stuff right. And there's so much opportunity. A lot of money's coming in, so it's just a little frustrating because it is a combination of everything. Like, and then there are things against you. There are cartels that are trying to stop you from trading. There's tea cartels that don't want Kenyan tea to come into the market independently. But like, if you're good, you can win, you know? So I don't know, Kai, if you have anything, but that was my
No, I
rant.
think you said. I think you. I think you said what you needed to say. Yeah, I think it's right. It's about quality. You know, if you have good quality, you put a lot of effort into what you're doing, and honestly, you just give a damn about what you're presenting. You will succeed. You know, because a lot of people are kind of just running right through it, and they're just running right over it. They're not taking the time to do the craftsmanship and. That's why we're here and what we talk about. It's there's paint all over the place. There was paint on one of Ryan's chandeliers. I don't know how paint got up there, but it was on one of Ryan's chandeliers. You know, so I mean, this painter's kind of just
Why
going
don't you
like
wipe
this
it
all the.
off?
But that's what I'm trying to
Like
say. So at the end of the day, if you if you care, let me not say care, but if you give a damn about what you're doing, you'll make a lot of money here. I personally feel because people are looking for people who kind of care about what's going on and how
and
they're
it's a
to
word of
presenting
mouth.
themselves.
So if you do good business, everyone's gonna work with you, and then you can
Yeah,
raise your prices because you'll be so busy.
yeah.
Oh man, what was the other thing I wanted to talk about? Oh my God, I forgot about
While
it
you
that
think about that, I
fast.
could tell you a story.
Oh, real estate. Hold on,
Oh,
I
go
got
ahead.
it. Don't let me forget.
No,
I'm
go
sorry.
go ahead. Go
Real
ahead.
estate. Kai had this issue, and I keep telling people here, answer the damn phone.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
I'm like,
yeah,
people are here for 2 weeks. They don't have time for you to answer them the next day.
yeah. And
So
here's
I'm
the
trying to
thing.
put real estate agents on, and I'm like, and people are messaging me, oh, he didn't answer. Answer the phone, please.
I got.
Do
I tell.
send a referral. If
Preach
you're
it.
too busy, refer them to someone. Please do like we don't have time for this. And I know East Africa's laid back culture, but if you're dealing with people on a limited period of time, and I love being here and I love the laid back culture, so
Yeah,
it's kind of
yeah.
hypocritical. I get it. But like, if you want to do business and then you complain there's no opportunity, it's in your phone and you didn't answer, and they called somebody else and you lost 3% of the commission.
It's not even just 3%, it's future commission that you might have lost. You might have lost a partnership of people. I mean, we are investors here. And if you say that you're an investor and you call someone and you're an investor, you don't think this investor don't know anybody else? I'll wait. I'll wait. You don't think that this
And they
investor
don't know
doesn't
you
have
yet.
yeah, that's what I'm trying to. You don't think that this investor doesn't have people in the U.S. that got deeper pockets than him? I mean, I'm speaking from experience here that could possibly buy a whole floor from you or whatever, buy a load of whatever you're selling if you do it right. People don't understand that when you got 2 weeks and you're trying to buy something here or whatever, there's a sense of urgency. And if you could understand their urgency and match the speed, you'll make a lot of money very quick. And that person will recommend you over anybody else. And guess what? They're going to have a lot of people coming, just like how Ryan got a lot of people coming around him, making offers and everything else like that. But Ryan would go directly to the person that gave him the best service. That's all of us. And I think that's you guys too, honestly.
And I'm trying to send the business to the local Kenyan people,
Yeah, me too.
but like, it's fallen off because people ain't answering the phone, man. Come on. Just answer the phone,
Just
please.
answer the phone. Answer the phone.
And now,
Or you know,
but
and
see,
if you can't answer
here's
you
what
with your
happens,
mom or
and then
whatever, answer it later. I mean, but
send a
get
text,
back quickly. It doesn't take
and
that long. I don't
so,
understand it.
and what's happening is, like, and then they're going to be mad at me, like, oh, you're taking the business because I'm answering the phone, or I'm
Yeah,
hiring somebody to answer the phone, or like
yeah,
I'm doing, like, that's what's missing is like, guys, like I'm trying, because I would just refer the business, but at this point now I'm consulting with people and I'm directly doing the business because the agents ain't answering. To be honest,
yeah,
that's what's happening. And
yeah.
it's like, okay, well, I mean, I tried to give you 70% of the business on the referral, and now I'm just going to keep 100 because I might as well do it because you're not answering.
Because you're not picking up the phone. I just don't understand if there's money on the line. And I've said this to a real estate agent. I said, who you know is going to give you 10 grand in your hand if you pick up that phone at this moment in time. This was in America. I said, how many people, if you pick up that phone, is going to be that person that's going to put 10 grand in your hand that day? Not a lot. So when I call, pick up the phone because that's money, you know? So I just don't understand
Don't
how.
text me at the end of the day.
Nah, nah, because that's the thing. We're trying to move. It's 2 weeks. We're trying to get everything set up. That causes us anxiety, especially if you don't know the whole rules of the game. And now this person's not talking to you. Like it's too much. And then you're going to go to someone that will answer the phone. And that's it. That's how fast it works.
So, I don't want to be overly critical because I know I'm being animated about it right now, but
You really
it's
are.
like, because we can't. My idea was I'm gonna give you the business to all you guys. But once people start being like, "Oh, well, they're not responding," I got
Yeah.
you. Boom. Let's,
And to answer
and
the
I wasn't
question
even
like,
trying. I'm being forced.
yeah. And you know what? Your product might be the best product out there and everything else like that. But that guy who has the worst product but's picking up the phone is beating you 10 times. He's beating you 10 out of 10 times because he's picking up the phone. You might have the best product that person might need and everything else like that, but they're willing to go to this guy who has a less product because that dude picking up the phone and he handling his business.
And I don't want to do this us versus them thing, but as an American, I do think this is an American thing. Is like we gonna get it. The business, like
Yeah. If you ain't
we're
picking
not
up,
spilling money.
nah, if you ain't picking up, the next person will.
Hey, hey. So
Hey.
us coming into the market, and I can't. I'm in here trying to give it away. I don't really want it like that, but like if you fumble, I'm diving on the football. I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna run
Telling
for a
you.
touchdown.
With that dude Levi, that dude Levi coming out here with a restaurant. I tell you this, Levi picking up that phone.
Yeah,
I'll tell you that. Levi
like
gonna pick up that
if
phone.
he's serious,
If he's
if he
serious
knows
and he
his
got
stuff,
something
he gonna
going on, he
come.
got something cooking, Levi picking up that phone, guaranteed on that. You know what I'm saying? You guys slipping and not picking up that phone. Levi gonna pick up that phone, and Levi gonna bring another person over here, other people, and those people gonna pick up phones, and the next thing y'all getting priced out. We ain't trying to say it in an arrogant way or anything else like that, but it just kind of works like that, you know?
Yeah, I that's that's enough. That's
Yeah,
good.
I agree with that. I agree with that. Enough said. Enough said with that. But
Because okay, every time I try to do something, there is this game or friction that you run into that I would rather not deal with.
right, right.
And if someone was offering, even at more money, an avenue that was more guaranteed and less like I got to do this weird game with y'all, like
Yeah.
I gotta fake argue with you until they deliver what they're supposed to deliver. Y'all, you're going to get your business smoked because
Yeah.
someone else, and even locals, it's not just Americans that feel this way. Like, as soon as if you have a higher level of service where they're like, dang, they just did everything they said they were going to do. I didn't have to argue. I didn't have to do nothing. I didn't have no issues. They came on time. They did everything they were supposed to do. They communicated. Ooh, it's trouble. And then they're going to be like, oh, they're taking our business. Well,
Hey, welcome to
what's supposed to happen?
exactly. This is the big city, right? Welcome to the big city. This is what they do. You know, this is what you do. The strong survive. You talk about oversaturation and everything else like that. Willis talked about, well, you know what? You got to make the adjustments to beat that. That's what's going to happen. That's the reason why people like Willis is going to be successful over here because he's going to make those adjustments to win. There's going to be someone at the bottom and there's going to be someone at the top. It just works like that, you know? So that's just the way it has to be.
Whew. Sorry, guys. Because I want the local Kenyan businesses to win, but goodness gracious, sometimes.
Mm,
Top-notch global citizen, you guys have helped me understand a lot of Kenyan real estate markets and country. Thank you. I appreciate that. Don't just take
thank
our
you.
word though. Keep doing your own research though,
Yes,
for
sir.
sure. Um, yeah, I actually like the Silver Hill and Tattoo City, but I agree Tattoo City looks good for older retirees. That's how I feel about it. I don't know Silver Hill, so maybe that's a good opportunity to go back. I have like an hour of footage of Tattoo City. I just didn't feel like it was complete because it we didn't show a lot. I don't know. I think it needs a drone. Plus, they don't want you to film, so it's difficult.
It's difficult.
I like that African tea, blue horn tea. My doctor says it's good for cancer fighting and tastes fantastic with the spices.
Right, look at that.
Grosvenor is not by Haas. It's not? I kind of feel like it was, but maybe not. Hamza is that chai tea. It's called Blue Horn. I was asked to order it. You guys have some good taste in real estate. Keep doing the tours, the good projects in Westlands, Lavington, and Lakeshore and Kilimani. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Levy Reed, no, none of that. That manufacturing issue goes into geopolitics and the balance of global economic power. Does it though? Like, if I made a factory and want to export stuff, who's bothering or stopping me? Maybe I'm naive in that point, but I don't see that. I don't know. Bodas are a big nuisance. Unfortunately, there are no alternative jobs to give them. Why are they a nuisance? I could get anything at any moment because of bodas. Y'all doing a fantastic job. Thank you.
Thank you.
You need a permit for a mailbox here in the US. LOL. I'm Kenyan living in New York. Exactly.
For real, bro.
Exactly.
It's a
That's
tough life,
exactly.
man. It's so true.
You most likely don't have issues with corruption because you follow the rules. Shortcuts are where trouble flows. You have to
Mm,
bribe the government in the U.S. too through lobbying. Trust me, I know. I do local politics.
mm.
U.S. equals colonizer business mentality. Oh, interesting. I don't know. I mean, if you think you outcompete and do a better service, and then the people there think the service is better, is that colonization? I don't know. U.S. restaurant franchises will work best if you take into consideration local taste. Java House
Yeah.
is owned by Al Kiko Dingote, who is the richest black man, would be impossible. Java House is lit.
Job house is like Denny's, man.
So
It's big
whatever
time.
they doing,
Yeah, they got it all.
they don't miss. It's good.
They don't miss. They
So
don't miss.
it's tough to beat that. I don't know how you're going to beat that. Kenya business politics is different for step funding government elites lace their pockets to avoid roadblocks. Boda Boda and Matatus are illegal, but they are allowed to operate purely for political reasons. Most owners are political mobilizers.
Mm.
Really, they're illegal. Is that true? Hey, Ryan, I'm Kenyan in the US. Been following your page for a bit now. What you are saying is correct. There's too much red tape here in the US to do anything. I'm moving back in a few weeks. Hey, that red tape. I'm telling y'all, look at the US. If you're from Kenya, you see the chaos here and you're like, dang, why can't we be like the US? But I'm telling you, you're not seeing The
Nah,
restriction,
to
you got
get
to be a
ahead is
billionaire to do
tough.
anything.
Yeah, to get ahead is tough. I'm telling you, it's tough.
I mean, there's more opportunity if you want to like be in the middle class, I think, right? Like
Hmm.
if you're not doing well in Kenya and you come to the US and you work hard, you probably will have a higher level of like the middle class US lifestyle is probably
Hmm.
better. Like I get that. I do get
Hmm.
that. Like I'm not criticizing people that feel that way. But if you want to, be an entrepreneur, do more stuff, I think there's opportunities. While you
Hmm.
guys are being condescending, Kenya is Kenya, and Kenya should develop to be developed by Kenyan, not a version of America. I agree. That's why I'm talking about Tattoo City. I don't feel like it's like that. I don't think we're saying that.
Mm-mm.
Um, that's a good idea for a video, Ryan. Problems in the West that Kenyans who haven't traveled don't understand. Yeah, probably. Thought you were talking about American auto mechanics. Oh, they're the worst. They are also bad. Yeah.
Hmm.
The gigantic problem, which Africa is capital. I hear that a lot. I'm not saying that's not true. Yeah, I don't know. But who do you give the capital to? Right? I think that's why the capital problem is a problem because who do they give? How do you get the capital? Because I was talking to Kai about this. People keep pitching me stuff, and I'm like, dude, like, first of all, well, you're pitching the wrong person because I don't have the money you think I have. Secondly, this pitch is whack. Like, what are the numbers? Like, I have a million questions. If you're going to pitch me, give me, like, where is all like, your pitch is horrible. Hey,
No, but you, you
I
you
want
haven't
to
talked
build
about just the
tiny
execution.
homes.
They haven't even done the execution of the pitch. They're just saying, "Oh, I'm thinking about doing this. Could you pay me money?" No, do it, see if it works, and then bring us in. That's the way I kind of feel. You can't just have a pitch
Or
without
tell me
no
how,
backing.
like, they're like, I want to do tiny homes or like refurbished containers and stuff like that. I'm like, okay, what's the land cost? What do you think the rental demand is? What do you like? Why am I
They don't
asking you
know.
these questions? They should be
Yeah,
answered
they
in
don't
your
know.
pitch. Like,
Yeah.
what the heck? How much does it cost to do? Oh, well, maybe. No, what the? You had the audacity to ask me for money. You think I'm like? Do you think I'm stupid? Like, if I'm going to invest, I need to know everything. Pitch it. Like, what the heck are you doing? Fully agree with you on that, Ryan. People are very laid back and inefficient in Kenya, which again, I want to be gentle about it because I love being here because that is the
Me
attitude.
too.
But you
Me
can't
too.
want to develop and do business and then have that attitude
And the
because
way I feel about it, Ryan,
there's
is
killers out there.
right, and the way I feel about it, this is not criticizing Kenya and anything else like that, but it's just a cultural difference that unfortunately we find as a hurdle, because we have 2 weeks here, we're trying to make big moves here, and then when you have these hiccups or these delays that we don't consider delays, that's where there might be a cultural difference and it gets a little frustrating.
And really, we're here longer than 2 weeks. We're kind of advocating for the foreigners that are working people that are coming to try to do stuff that they're trying to give you money.
Right,
That's
right,
the thing. They're trying to put money here, and
right.
it's like
And that's the frustrating part about this, right? Because
catch it,
we
catch
have,
it.
yeah, exactly. We have the time here and we're dealing with this frustration. I could only imagine someone who has a week to 2 weeks here and they're trying to make things move. That must be just
Bro, catch it.
unbelievable.
Look,
Yeah, but
look, look the ball in and catch it.
yeah,
Catch,
but they might be
catch
like
that.
I'm on a break, let the
Catch
ball
that
keep on
investment.
spinning up there.
That's Kenya for you, especially that girl nonchalantly leaving. And then she texts me after the next day. I had to pick up my kid. Why didn't you come to tell me that? She just disappeared, didn't talk to me.
Yeah.
And then she called me after she texted me to tell me the same thing on the phone, like it was going to be better. Where did they say Kenya should be like the US? Y'all just love to. Yeah, like I don't like. Where's the interpretation that that's coming like that? I
Mm-hmm.
don't understand that.
Mm-hmm.
Pole for the mechs are skilled trades. We call them fundis. Are mostly mediocre. Issue is historical because it's been. I really don't blame the workers. I blame the people in charge of them because I'm sure the workers here are capable of doing really good jobs.
And they're willing
They're
to
just
do it.
not.
Yeah, the
I
craftsmanship is
think,
just coming
yeah,
from
they
the
would
top. It's
like
not
it.
good. Right.
Like, I think if I was working with them, they would be like, oh, okay. Like,
Oh
I
yeah.
don't think it would be any problem.
No.
I think they'd be like, oh, wow. I'm like, okay, let's do it like that.
Yeah.
Because some of the stuff is actually easier if you do it correctly. Because now they got to go back and fix things that they already did. And I'm not trying to be like the superior thing. I think it's just little stuff that could be better.
Mm-hmm.
Jimmy Choo, wish you success. Life in the US is difficult. Wait until you need a cobbler or tailor. Lies and more lies, but we have
Really.
invested a lot in technical training, so it will change soon. Yeah, I think there's so many educated people here that the younger people are like on it. I feel like the uh, 16 to 30 group is pretty dope, I think.
You know,
Like we're more on the same page.
that question that it brought up a question about, yeah, maybe a carpenter, plumber, electrician, a skilled electrician. These could be opportunities here if you can really train them very well to how to fix things, you know? I think that's a dying skill even in America.
It is going away. That's why they're getting paid so much.
That's why they're getting paid. They're
Here, I
getting
think
paid
there's a
more than the
lot.
white.
Yeah, there's more people willing to do it, but like they can do it sufficiently. I do want to say, like, if like it works, it's
Hmm.
just like the last 10% is lacking, but it works. Like they could get the job done.
Yeah.
So I don't want to be like they can do it. It's just not pretty all the time. Which I mean, I get it.
Mhm.
Like I mean, if you got to pay more to get it pretty, so sometimes people don't
Mm.
have a lot of people don't have money for that. So I'm sure there's people that can do that. You just got to pay the premium. Jimmy Choo, I'm making YouTube videos about my journey. Do you have videos up? And talking about similar topics to Ryan, comparing real estate opportunities here versus Kenya. Check the page out. Yeah, I'll check it out for sure. Because I always think more perspectives and more is better. Like, because there's not enough actually. People are looking for more and more. So I think it all helps.
Yeah. And
You're
Jimmy
right.
Choo, it'd be
Kenyan
interesting
should
to hear
develop.
what you feel about
Yeah,
like the cultural difference too. I would like to explain. I would like to hear that as well.
especially being, I think he's Kenyan, right? So he'll
Yeah.
have a better insight on like the difference.
Exactly.
You're right. Kenya should develop as the best Kenya it can be. I think they're just sharing good and not so good experiences. Thank you for understanding. Goodness gracious, some of the people,
Yeah.
right? Like,
Yeah.
I think we feel like that too. We want Kenya to be good, and I want Kenyans to benefit. Like, I'm not trying to take
Absolutely.
resources. I'm planning to be here long term. I don't plan to remove any money that is made here. I plan to buy things here, invest here. So like anything that's made here is going to benefit people here.
Right.
So the money's going to stay in this economy. Kenya is a developing country, keyword developing. Where we were 5 years ago, quality wise, isn't where we are now. Very true. Definitely for sure. You guys need to also understand your environment, learn us too. Yeah. So when I'm going through properties, that's why I don't be tripping that much. I'm just pointing it out, but I still accept, like I accepted my property with the bad ground. I get it. So I'm not like, but it could be better as well. You know what I mean? So
Right.
it's nuance is tough on the internet
Yeah. And
because I
let
get
me
it.
add something to
I'm
that.
not mad. Yeah.
No, go ahead, Ryan. And then after you say it,
No, go, no, I was
I'll
done. Go ahead. No, that's what I
well,
was
I
saying.
just I just think it's okay, Kim, to provide constructive criticism. It's not condescending criticism, it's not negative criticism, but it's just like, uh, this is how things look here and here, and this is how we all can improve. I think it makes more sense for us to say these things from our experience, and it's our personal experience, but it will make it look better. I personally feel like when you look at the grout that we've looked at before, it would be more appealing if the craftsmanship was a little bit better. There's nothing wrong for us to say that. All it is just constructive criticism.
And I do want to acknowledge that the utility of it is still fine. Like I'm having a great time. Like actually, I think about it a lot
Mhm.
because I saw someone comment like, "Oh, it's a third world country and the roads are bad and the places aren't that nice." And I remember I was going into the bathroom at Alchemist, and if that was in the U.S., you'd be like, "Oh, dang, this place is messed up," because like the grout and the top, there's a broken tile here and the toilet's a little discolored. But I don't care. I'm having a great time. Like that's
Me
not
too.
make or breaking my life.
Right.
So like I'm here. I still love being here, and that doesn't
Me
throw
too.
me off. I'm just saying it'd be nice if it was better.
Hmm.
And it doesn't take a lot to. It doesn't take a lot more to be better. But I'm not saying it has to be like if that's the culture and we're like, it's functional. We don't care. We don't want to take the extra time to make it look perfect or whatever. I get that. That's fine. Um,
Hmm.
I still would love to be here. Like I don't. It's not a thing. So that's my attitude towards it. I don't know how to expand upon it more than that.
Right. Right.
I think Traverse Culture put a comment in here. Let me keep going through here, but I see Traverse Culture in here. Shout out to y'all. Traverse Culture is super dope because they hire mad Kenyan people to do all their
Mm,
stuff. Like I've seen their videos,
mm.
and I think that's what it's about. That's what I aspire
Yes.
to have some
Me
kind of
too.
business that's again hiring and promoting people. But we'll get to her comment in a little bit. The boss man workmanship and work ethic is not taken seriously in Kenya. It's just a reality, and this is why the Indians do so well in Kenya. They're creating opportunities that local Kenyans don't take advantage of. I think, yeah, but it's funny because Kenyans work. A lot of Kenyans work 6 days a week, and they work long hours, but the amount of work being done in the hours, I'm like, and again, I know this is getting like critique heavy, so I'm like, but
No, no. Well, don't be critiquing, Ryan. I
um,
think just to back up what you're saying is that you said before that maybe they just don't know better, and you also said that maybe it's from the top down. It's something that maybe they just haven't been trained in. You know,
I don't want to say no better. I just I see that there's a lot of labor on things that like maybe you don't need to work 6 days if it was more efficient in the 5 days.
hmm. Hmm.
But if you're okay with working 6 days and working more lax, that's fine. You know what
Hmm.
I mean? Like it's I don't want to. I feel like I'm doing too much, but it just depends. But I see another way is the other thing. But like however they want to do it is fine.
Hmm.
But I know a lot of Kenyans that work 6 days a week and they're always at work. And I mean, if work is a good environment, then maybe that's cool. But maybe if you want 2 days off, maybe more work could get done in the 5 days. So I think that's just the observation. I'm not saying that it has to be done that way. I guess I don't know. Now I'm hearing myself talking. I'm like, dang, that could sound bad. I don't know, but we'll see. I wonder what you guys think about it. Let me know what you think. Is that too critical? Kim, I agree with you, but if you are complaining about lack of opportunities, they're showing locals where they can make money for the foreigners coming in. Yeah, that's kind of where the perspective's coming from. It's like if you want to like saying there's no opportunity and then there's all this money flying into Kenya, I think you can get some of it. Yeah, if Kenya wants to play at international level, quality and service will have to match international standards. And again, it's their right if they
Jimmy
don't
Choo,
want to
he's
do
right.
that. Yeah. But again, like you like, oh, we don't care about that. That's fine too. Like that's more than fine. Like, whatever, deal with it. They could have that attitude. I wouldn't be mad at it. Because as it is now, Kenya's great. The boss man work ethic, are these Indians doing the handiwork themselves? See, that's the weird thing. It's like they're spending time on the work. Maybe work smarter, not harder, could be part of it. I don't know. Sounds like they could benefit from some kind of business school or class. I do think some it don't have to be an official thing like that, but some tips, some a little bit more information would be go a long way, I think.
Mhm.
I think many Kenyans forget that there are so many regulations, like in trade, public health, infrastructure, building codes, never enforced in the last few years, but troublesome if you ever go to court. Interesting.
Mm.
That's what I always wonder about. This is why Indians have taken over large sections of the business sector. They are filling a void and taking the opportunities. And
Mm.
that's the thing is like that can happen. Um, KK are providing the services that Kenyans should. Oh, I'm not making excuses, but you guys need to understand that Kenya is still a developing country with an evolving business culture. Efficiency will gradually increase with increasing competition. Yeah, I totally agree. I'm not, these are observations more than like, I really need to stress that these are observations that we have from our perspective. We
Mhm.
love being here.
Yes.
Um, we like how it is currently, and we don't want it to radically change into something else. And we're
Right.
not
And
trying
we
to
and
make
we
it
want to
like where
provide
we're from
jobs here
because
too.
we're here because we like it.
Yeah, we want to
But
provide
when you
jobs.
get
We want to.
into the economy,
Yeah. Yeah. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
yeah, when you get into business and the economy, yeah, especially on an international level, if you're going to have other people come, like you're saying, the Indians, Chinese, Europeans, you do have to be competitive against them. I think is the thing, and we want
And
we
can I
want
add a
Kenyans
point
to
to it
win
too?
more than the foreigners. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I mean, what I fear and what I see and what I've experienced is when people get frustrated with how one type of people do it, they go to the next group. And what I fear and what I worry about is that the Kenyan people who are here are not going to get the business. It's going to be the Indians, the Chinese. I mean, in a sense, you're kind of seeing that already, and that's the thing that I'm kind of worried about, where the Kenyan people are not going to get the opportunities because they have this uh, lack of work ethic or something that might be a stigma on top of them. I don't want that to happen. I want the Kenyans to make as much money as they possibly can. That's the reason why I'm here. I want to and possibly provide jobs to Kenyan people if I can, uh, if that makes sense.
And I think we lean that way. Like when I look at for businesses, I try to see like, is it a Kenyan owned business? Is it a foreign owned business? I try to lean towards like even the local agents. Like I've been kind of trying to work with the independent Kenyan agents rather than the big companies because I know the big companies are owned by foreign entities. Although the problem is the people at those bigger companies have been more responsive
Yeah.
and they're Kenyans, but they work for companies that are not Kenyan owned. And but like I don't know what to do about that. And that happens in the US. Like I've been trying to find black contractors, black
Yeah. Yeah.
electricians, black plumbers, and I always give them the first shot, but sometimes they let you down and you got to
They
go
do.
to other
Yeah.
people
You just got to go to the
because
other people. You're right.
we got hundreds of thousands of dollars on the line with
Hmm.
this project, you know?
Hmm.
Silly question to lighten the mood, Kai. You're from California. Why don't you sound like Kendrick?
I'm from Northern
You don't have
California.
that
I
Bay
can't do so
Area.
southern.
You don't do the hyphy movement?
I do the hyphy. I do the hyphy a little bit. You know, I do a little bit of the hyphy. You know, I got a little bit of something going on right here.
That's funny. Chief Negus, even we Kenyans get frustrated with. That's why I feel safe talking about this because I know you all have the same issue. This is not just a foreigner thing, but things are gradually becoming more efficient as people adjust to an increasingly competitive environment. It's gradual progress. I think that's what we're talking about. I'm glad you
Yeah,
said that because that's where we're coming from. Like it's dope here, and the people
it
here are great.
is.
So
It is. Like
don't
me and
like
Ryan were
please
talking
don't.
about that. Yeah, me and Ryan were just talking about that. How warm, how receptive, how nice it is. We were talking about what would you think? I remember I asked Ryan like we're in this MMA fighting place. I was like, man, if this was in the states, I mean, somebody probably would have got shot by now, you know, because you just can't you just can't get that. But that's the wonderful thing about the Kenyan culture. It's like you can be in these areas, people are enjoying themselves. There's nobody fighting, you know. It's just a wonderful experience. So yes, we're learning a lot from you guys as much as you guys are hopefully learning from us. It's kind of like
uh,
it's a two-way thing.
Shout out to Traverse Culture. They said they got to go because I see it in the comments. I'm sorry I didn't get to the comments yet. Super cool business. I really like what they're doing, helping people transition. The medical tourism is super interesting to me,
Mhm.
um, just because I don't know anything about the medical field here, and that would be interesting to know about. Um, but again, they put the money in locals' pockets, which is good. They hire Kenyans. They're not hiring diasporans. They're hiring Kenyan people to do the job, which are the most suited people for the type of jobs that they're doing anyway. So
Mhm.
I always really respect and appreciate that about what they're doing. And I hope to learn more. So have a good night. I know it's late. I know, dang, we're going late. I'm trying to get to the end of the comments, but I don't think we're ever going to get there. We're going to have to speed it up because I'm getting tired. What are you saying? I asked if they're a handyman, and there are many Black Kenyans doing the same work Asians do in Kenya. Okay. Imagine the first Kenyans to understand this is build a company that provide reliable service. They will be. No, I want to take it that far. I think they try. I think it takes a while to build a culture of like being on time, doing like, don't get the paint on the light switch, wipe it off. Like, I think it sounds small, but it takes a while to learn that kind of stuff. I was in Malawi last year. I saw these shopping mall style restaurants serving four different styles of food with four counters with employees wearing different uniforms, but seem to have one kitchen. I feel like when you go around, there's places like when you walk through certain food courts, like 8,000 people come up to you. I have no idea who owns each different business, or if they could be all owned by the same person with different types of food. I don't know. Indians are providing a service that Kenyans do. Yep, yep. Okay, gotcha. Sorry, I gotta get through this. There isn't a business in Kenya that Black people don't or can't do. Why are you guys so obsessed with Indians? Because they've been doing it. They're not obsessed. Like the car dealerships and all that kind of like they happen to be having a monopoly on it, and you have to look at why. Kabisa, and that's why some of us are working on every industry needs go-getters. We aren't obsessed with Indians. Yep. Okay. That's good to know because the first thing people ask others that move to Kenya is to share their recommendation of people they use. I want you Kenyans to win, so I'm happy to hear it. Yeah, that you gotta ask who should you work with. That's the biggest thing here. I get the same thing all the time. Thank you for the vote of confidence there. The Queen, Traverse Culture in the chat. What's up, Queen? Hey, that's cool. I like that. When in Rome, now that your Americans are obsessed, what? With Indian success in Kenya, a part of it is understanding the local market. What did we ever say anything about Indian success?
Yeah.
Thank you for the vote of confidence. There are a good number of people. The truth is, it takes time to build a real network and a trusted team. It does.
It
That's
does.
what we're doing out here, really. Believe me, Black Americans would rather support local Kenyans in Kenya. That's a fact. That's the big thing.
That's a fact.
We're programmed that way. I promise you, we are trying to do that.
Can I speak on
We
that
we
real quick,
want,
Ryan?
yeah.
Uh, the fact that we're coming as minorities from America that's predominantly white, we want to come and support black business. That's what we're trying to do. Sometimes when we support black business in America, it's hard to support black business. It really is. So we're coming here to try to do that over here. We're trying to help.
We're definitely programmed to do that. Most of us we're on the continent for a reason, and a
Yeah.
lot of that reason has to do with culture, identity, contributing. We understand we want the money to circulate. So
Yes.
that's why I don't like when we get a lot of pushback, because come on, bro. Like that's one of the top three reasons that any of us come here.
Yeah.
So any criticism is just for improvement, or just the observation. Again, they don't have
Mhm.
to. It's fine.
Mhm.
Levi, manufacturing problem in Africa is not due to equipment or technology, but lack of capital. I hear the lack of capital issue.
Mhm.
Is that true? Maybe. Do you guys listen to Frank Zanu, the Rethink podcast? I like that show. He brings
Mhm.
up cool questions. Then take time to learn and understand Kenya and Kenyans, and take getting to know us seriously. You guys are too fast. You want things now. Slow down.
I don't know about that one. You got to understand where we're coming from. You got 2 weeks. Wha- Can we slow down in 2 weeks? And you want to make things happen? I
Okay,
mean,
that's fine if you don't, if you can have your own standard that way, but if you want international money, if you want
yeah,
development, if you want advancement, you can't have that attitude.
no. That's where the competition, that's where you lose in the competition because internationally, it's about speed. That's just what it is.
And you can't complain, oh, we're so behind the West, or the Europe's so much better, or these places are better, and then be like, oh, well, you have to get to know us and go slow. Well, if everyone else is going fast in other places and you're going slow, where are you going to be over 10, 20
Exactly.
years? And again, if you want that, that's fine.
Mm,
You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't have to want to be the most advanced or fastest or most developed. But if you're saying we lack development and that sucks, we should be like these other places, but then you're like, slow down. That's where like, you got to pick one.
yeah.
So that's where I'm coming from with it. Again, like, it's not our choice. We're not saying you need to go faster. I'm saying
No.
you need to be this way if you want to be over there. You know,
If you want to compete,
that's a difference. Yeah, you don't have to compete,
no.
or you could just say we're just going to do it like this. That is fine, and I would love to be here, even if they say that.
Hmm. Hmm.
But if you're saying we want to like develop, then you can't be like, you know,
You can't slow down. Got to speed
tr-
up.
yeah. At least in some areas. Traverse culture, interesting conversation after 14 years of being here. You learn to unlearn and relearn certain things about our culture versus theirs. I think that's another reason why we're here, because we do want to unlearn certain things, and we do want to
Yes.
learn certain things, like the
Yep.
the warmth, the collective attitude to some degree, like, because Kenyans will not let their family members do bad a lot of times. And I will let somebody, like, you know what I'm saying? So I appreciate some of those characteristics, and I'd like to be more like that,
Hmm.
for sure.
Hmm.
Godfika '09. Criticism is good. That's how you grow. Please suggest this to the city government officials whenever you can.
Oof.
I don't know
Three
about all
visitors
that.
over
If
here.
they
Three
want to,
visitors over here.
if they ask us something, I might throw a suggestion, but I don't know. But it's okay to provide criticism. Agree 100%. Oh, okay. I was worried. I didn't know if because she's been here a long time. I don't want to step out of line too much. Okay, my brother, no problem. Understandable. I'll chill. Right. There is opportunity to raise standards. I'm already seeing opportunities. Yeah, man. I think there is. If you go there and learn how the politics are, have a skill in construction, could be a big move in Kenya. I
Yes.
wonder if people would pay more for better, though. It's more about inefficiency. Exactly. Inefficiency costs you money and resources because y'all wasting time. That was
Hmm.
my point about working 6 days a week. Like I think you could get the same work done in 5 days and then have a day off. It's called work efficiency, not about working long hours, but working smart. Ah, okay, yeah. Yes,
Hmm.
efficiency would be the correct term. Oh, okay. As a foreigner, you got to move the way the locals do. Yeah, to some degree, I definitely agree with that.
Agree with that
Yeah,
too.
I can see a Westerner starting an efficiency school, customer service training, and consulting. Because time is money. Y'all wasting resources. Maybe we're just different. My issue is you guys want us to be just like you. Why can't Kenyans
No.
just be Kenyans? Maybe we don't want heavy workloads that'll kill us. Yeah, but then you're working 6 days a week, is my point.
Mm. No, that's not what I was trying to say at
But
all.
no, I don't. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I'm not saying you have to be that way. But I see a lot of people at work for long periods of time, and they ain't doing that. That's part of the culture that citizens are trying to change from politics all the way down. You say you like Kenya and Kenya life, so you want us to be the place you're running away from. Yeah, I'm cognizant that some of these criticisms could sound that way. It's a fair thing to say, but I think we addressed it a little bit. Although the comments are behind, so I don't know at which point we were talking when they said that. This would be a vertical that we can invest in through AA. You guys need to chill, Kidogo, and stop being so defensive. I work in construction too, and these guys are making excellent points. I see the same problems. There's room for improvement, especially because these guys are building something and then they're messing it up as they're building it, and then they got to fix it after they build it. It's just like
Yes.
if you just took your time, then you could have more time off because you didn't mess it up in the first
This is what they're talking
place.
about with efficiency, right?
Yeah, this is true. I agree. Chief Negus. Oh, he's doing the Swahili. Okay. He said he can't trust a worker. That's all I saw that he said. Don't take a personal constructive criticism. It's good. It helps you in the long run if you accept feedback. And maybe we're not in the right place to be given a criticism. So I get the pushback against it. Totally fair. I'm a little uncomfortable even giving it, but that's
Hmm.
how the conversation happened to go. So,
Mm.
Traverse Culture, Peace Family, keep up the great work. Thank you. I know she probably logged off by now. In Ghana, a report was done which showed that the diaspora brought in hundreds of millions a year to the Ghanaian economy, providing money and jobs. The feedback should be taken on board because it will help. And we're not trying to make this like America. Trust me, that is
Definitely.
not our intent.
No.
Yeah, you don't know me. I don't know you. I'm not corrupt like the funds you work with. So stop taking your frustration. Okay. Thanks, brother. Peace. Be safe, Queen. 90s nostalgia. You hear anything about the tourist visa extensions being not possible anymore? I never even tried to do the extension beyond the 3 months, so I don't know. I saw Austin made a video about it. I don't know. I never done it.
Me neither.
I'll just take the opportunity to go to another place on the continent, but I'll come back. Have you
Yeah.
heard anything about visa? Oh yeah, she left. I think one thing you guys forget is that Kenya is a former. You think we forgot that it was colonized by the British? Do you really? And there is a historical stigma to certain types of work and service. No motivation when you are already home in the village. Yeah, I get where that comes from, though. I got you. But yeah, I think we know about colonization. Okay. But the people here provide those services. The West isn't better. Kenya's fine. Added space. Maybe that's my problem. I like home, but better for US. Okay. Nostalgia, Austin spoke on it. They maybe not let people extend another 90 days. Plus, I've been to Kenya many times. Money talks, bro. Connect with the right people. Why don't you just go somewhere real quick on a trip?
And they come back.
Although flights are expensive, yeah. I shouldn't say that because not everybody's got money to be able to do that.
Mm,
Mindsets must change. I'm Kenyan and I'm happy here, so peaceful.
mm.
True, true. What's this profile picture? That's not you, is it? I'm confused. Humbling oneself and taking constructive criticism is an important skill we need to develop. Yeah, but it's starting to feel like I don't want to. It's too much. Not every piece of feedback is a personal attack. Yeah. Americans have motivation to make a living. Most Kenyans working in the city are immigrants from the village, have a home and food, so they feel they're doing you a favor working for you. Oh, that's interesting.
Mm.
You got to understand that there will always be haters and salty people anywhere you go. I feel that you are focusing on the 5% negativity. Yeah, it's human nature to focus on the negative things versus all the positive people. I try to not do that, but I probably do. So thank you. I appreciate that. And you're probably right to some. But also, I think the thing is, I don't want to be overly critical. I don't want to be negative here. So when people have bad things to say, I pay attention to it because I want to check myself. Like even this conversation, I'm like, dang, maybe I did too much as far as like the criticism. Like, okay, you know. So that's my mindset. That's why I probably pay attention to the negativity because I don't want to be like, oh, they don't do things right. Like that's not where I'm coming from. Americans work for a living and money. Most Kenyans work in the. Oh yeah. We got that. I think it's because higher quality is not rewarded since the pitch is the least cost. That's what I think it is mostly to be able to sell in this market. And that's why even products in the supermarket are small sizes of quality.
Mm.
Well, that's because we consume too much in the U.S. So like,
Yeah, we
why the
do
heck are
way too
we
much.
getting the big bag of chips? So that's part of things to unlearn because we don't need these big portions. Like, what the heck are
Mm.
we doing? Indian, Kenyan, Muslim. My great grandfather was one of them to build railways where we were getting United Kingdom citizenship, but we refused and chose to be Kenyans. Oh, see, that's an interesting thing. I didn't know a lot about the Indians in Kenya, but they were brought here too. Oh, she said, not me. What? See, that's not. Have you guys been to Mombasa? I have been to Mombasa.
Not yet.
We're gonna we should make a trip to the coast. We had an offer to go to somewhere, so maybe
That's
in
right.
September. What is the process of getting business loans to grow and expand your companies in the U.S. like Amazon get built? I think lending is very challenging.
And it's high
Okay, that's
interest
the.
rates.
So that's the comments.
Yeah.
I don't know. I have nothing else. I'm now I'm like second guessing everything I said.
No, I don't think you should second guess. I mean, this is how we learn and we get to know each other, you know? I love what you guys have taught and what you guys have said. This is how we learn each other's culture, you know? And I think that what Ryan's doing is a safe space for us to talk, you know?
Yeah,
So,
that's what it's supposed to be. I hope it didn't feel like talking down. I don't ever want to talk down. So that's why I'm
no. The truth
thinking
of the
about what
matter
I
is,
was
is that
saying.
I'm very thankful to the Kenyan people and to the Kenyan culture of being here in this country. I'm very grateful for how nice you guys are, how you guys treated us, and I want to possibly raise a family here outside of what I experienced growing up as a little kid in the Bay Area in Oakland. I feel that there's a lot of benefits that this culture has that could raise a young person to be a good person overall. So that's the reason why I'm here. That's the number one reason why I'm here. I love that. So that's what I'm learning, and that's just part of the journey. We're just learning each other's styles.
Yeah, I was hoping, especially you guys that have listened to a lot of these before that know already where we're coming from with some of this stuff. Because we mean well. And again, right, we wouldn't be here if we didn't love Kenya and the Kenyan people and the culture. And I want to learn more of the culture. And again, when you guys watch the LNN Lin and Googie thing, I talk about that. And so that's an important thing to me as well is learning here. But I think we also have things to contribute, and I think that's what we're talking about today. So hopefully it wasn't too offensive. um, but yeah, I think Kai hit the nail on the head. We're kind of exchanging cultural information to some degree. So I appreciate you guys. Yeah, see, Will said there's nothing that'll get you 100% approval. Thank you. I appreciate that. But as a guest, you should tread lightly and don't be a jerk. So I want to check myself that I'm not being a jerk. That's all. That was good, Ryan. I get that you're not trying to be overbearing. I appreciate your balance points. Okay. You guys made me feel better because I'm about to go to sleep and I'll probably think about it at night like, dang, did I do too much? So I appreciate you guys. Because guys, I take this very seriously, like what I'm saying. Like, I know it's just a YouTube live or whatever, but there are a good amount of people watch it. And just even if there was 5 people watching it or 0 people watching, I wouldn't want to say anything out of line or disrespectful. So that's where I'm coming from. Okay. I'll be building apartments myself when I return. Dang. Seeing your perspective with your background and development in the U.S. is interesting. Keep up the great work. Thank you. Send me a message. Why not Caribbean for Black Americans? It will be easier. Less opportunity in the Caribbean. It's an island.
It's
That's my
very
short
expensive.
answer.
Yeah.
Why do y'all ask that? I don't get that. As a Kenyan, I'm happy to have learned some stuff that we need to change. Kudos. Thank you. I really appreciate that. And
And
again,
we're learning as
man,
well.
I,
We're
I
learning as well
appreciate,
from you
yeah, yeah.
guys.
And I appreciate that you say that just because I get a little like, I don't know. I don't want to say, I just don't want to come across negative. That's the whole thing. Um, oh, yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. I hope to invest in Kenya real estate, and your videos have been very helpful. Can you do a Q&A with the Tagoni real estate guy? Yeah, we could probably get him back on. Maybe I'll do a sit down. But all right, it's been late. It's long. Thank you
Ryan,
guys.
it's been a
Appreciate
pleasure.
it. Thank you, Kai, for the whole time.
No worries. Hey, thank you guys. Thank you for all your questions. I learned a lot too. And I wish you
Yeah.
guys the best. And you guys have a good night.
Pandora, 10 a.m. tomorrow.
What'd you say? What'd you say? You went out.
Pandora, 10 a.m. tomorrow.
I'll be there. I'll be there, brother.
All right.
All
I'm
right.
gonna be hungover. See ya.